All right. So a little confused there for a second. Okay. Um. Oh yeah. Um. It is it. Is it storm related? Jean-Pierre? Oh, the old update. Is that the Tahoe? Haven't haven't done it yet. Um, I'm a Sequoia boy through and through. Sequoia Island boy. No, I barely know. The last one I remember was tiger or panther. Um, wow, solar storm. Oh, we got some direct energy weapons happening. Hope you got a blue roof. Welcome to the chat, Tiger. Yeah, you got solar storms happening and infrastructure. Ooh, wild. Now, I don't know about you guys, but let me adjust my screen here a little bit. But those Maui fires and those blue roofs, I believe it even happened in Malibu, where there was a blue vehicle left untouched while all the others were just disintegrated. It melted. And oh yes, let me do my creating a little background noise. There you go. Sorry. It allows me for speaking a little bit louder, like I'm performing. But yeah, sorry about that. I forgot to turn that off. What we got here? What was it? Oh, but then Malibu had those fires as well. Okay, and there was a blue vehicle left untouched, and yeah, so maybe there's something about the blue. But we've got show for you. So hopefully, okay. So don't do the update for the new iPad OS. Oh man, I would guess there's nothing more frustrating than having to be in software update lockdown. I mean, that is, oh man, I already get very frustrated when they come out with an update and they basically blocked all of my cool little hacks that I developed over the months. And it would be a lot more if they quit updating so much and taking them away. So I do advise to not send a video to Kanye with one of his songs on it, because he'll straight up call YouTube and have them reconfigure the whole thing where you cannot copy his music anymore. It was just too close together right after I sent it to him that they changed a policy. And and old Yee there, man, he likes to mix it up, so he'll just put you on blast. So don't send Kanye any fan videos, okay? And I already got dinged for the one that I did with Mersh. I just had to do it. It just fits so perfectly. Now I am thinking about if I could get this music intro thing and get everything real tight in the intro, I'm thinking that maybe we could just, can you just play whatever music and then just trim the beginning once it uploads? Because I'm getting hit with copyrights just about every episode that I use this ambient noise thing in the background. So, and it just tells you to take it out. So if I just keep it in the beginning, I can maybe just take out the beginning. Trying that way, see what happens. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it doesn't register as your a trouble channel. Because again, let me just thank the new subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing. And I'm definitely not ready to be seen by a wide audience. Okay, YouTube's casting me out there, and I'm barely a month into this. Okay, guys. So, but I like being thrown in the fire. So, this is I'm learning as I go. I'm sure everyone says that at the beginning, give them a little bit of a buffer, but you get some eyes, you get some eyes on you, and those numbers are hitting to that 800 mark. I'm forgetting that people are watching these after the stream. I'm forgetting that I'm being recorded half the time. I'm just talking to my screen. Except for all the insight from Jean-Pierre. So he is my beacon of light through this chaotic darkness. I'm assuming it's a you or he. But I do appreciate it, and again, thank you for the long watches. Okay, those help my watch hours so much. They're telling me all sorts of great things about all that. So again, thank you very much, and I will always be improving, and but still, sticking to the core values of whatever it is that we're doing. We're just having fun. But I gotta make sure I respect the rules of the game. Okay, I can't be going off and playing all these clips without due process, and so I'll make sure I learn all that. But here we are now. I would just I got to change the schedule up a bit. Okay, so I was putting in those. I went full nocturnal for a while. Now I'm a little off that schedule now. So there's a lot more, I'm definitely more exhausted in those hours. Okay. So, and I'm seeing that in my streams. So thank you out there for those people that are letting me know that I need to pick up the pace. Okay. Because I see that. And so I'm going to switch up a bit, so I'm not hitting those late night hours anymore, because I'm just not nocturnal anymore. Okay, but I definitely don't go and see the sun, mainly because there isn't any. Bill Gates proceeds to have businesses that want to dim it. Okay, how dare you dim my sun? Okay. But in the meantime, I feel like, and this is just a bit of a intro here, helps me get warmed up. But I gotta move a couple days of live streaming in this midday kind of area. I'm thinking Saturday, Sundays, and then, around this time, Monday off, I'll be, that way I can start working on some, a little bit of formatting, because I'm just hitting it the next day and just kind of going with the flow. So this would give me a little bit of time to dive deep into my notes and make some improvements, instead of just going all freestyle, okay? Which I love. But I also want to respect the watchers, okay? Because those, I'm forgetting that there's people out there watching this. So, except for Jiang and Tiger. So, and we got a few others. Thank you for those people coming back. Because again, they see all that. Okay, they see that throughout all the analytics, and they're seeing that people are coming back and watching, and that's gold. So thank you very much. So with that, I think what I'll do is on the weekends kind of do maybe midday like this, and then do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday late nights. Then Friday, I'll be off on Friday, use that to kind of get things set up for Saturday and Sunday. And this way I can start, editing some things now. Now that I got the tech stuff all set up, I can now get back into my editing dungeon, but do both of them. So thank you for all the support, and I'm open to hearing your thoughts. Okay, but I'm sure take it easy. No, you can let me know whatever it is. But here we are with a little bit of conspiracy stuff. Okay, I had to really get into like I had to get a bit out of like comedians, because otherwise basically I there's a side where I could really nitpick on people, okay, and sometimes just big old magnifying glass, and I'll just psychoanalyze every little movement. So occasionally I just need to stop doing that a bit, even though one never stops. But I'd like to maybe get into a bit of conspiracy. And there's a lot of connection with the conspiracy and Hollywood, and and just we got Perisky TV again. Okay, he has that cool retro, kind of feel. And he's talking. He has a 7-part series here, probably even longer. I mean, this is just part 7 of his series of celebrity conspiracies. So there's a lot. Okay, there's a lot there. And even old Jimmy Kennedy's talking about how he's thinking that you're not really doing that Hollywood stuff anymore. That's what Conan was talking about at Oxford. He was saying you can't really go the route that I went. That system doesn't exist any longer. So yeah, okay, and And then exactly, Jen. So then Conan mentions Tom Hanks. Well, yesterday we were watching Conan on his own podcast, the Coco thing. Let me pull it up here. He was talking to Matt Damon, or maybe it was before, during the intro. He brings up Tom Hanks again. Now, the Oxford video was, I think, maybe 3 days ago. 11 days. Okay. So he's now back from that, and he's doing kind of like a bit of a he's doing a bit of a recap, and this might be his first show back. So maybe before the Oxford thing, he was talking about Tom Hanks during some other thing, and he just kind of parlayed it into his speech. But he then said Tom Hanks again in this. And he goes on to talk about how there's all these actors that, I guess just struggle with dyslexia and they can't read very well. And he proceeds to then say, well, Tom Hanks, he can't write or something. And the host was saying, well, you can only type on typewriters. He collects typewriters. So real strange stuff. I mean, we need it. It seems like he's trying to kind of make sure that everyone is, thinking about Tom Hanks. Okay, like, hey, don't. Now, I don't know. Okay, this is all legend. I'm a fan of Chet Hanks. Okay, so but he mentioned him twice now. So but even in this one, I suppose we can just take a look at it. There's a point where when he was talking about another actor who he asked for the time, and he kind of threw him under the bus a bit, kind of saying in an indirect way of what a asshole he was. But so it seems like Conan O'Brien's trying to, stir the pot a bit. But I mean, I don't need to go back on that one, but we got old Ben Avery. Okay, he's going for Jeff too. So there's this, sweep attack happening on old Jeff Dry, and he's got some fans too. Okay, so he's got some fans, and they'll come after you. But Eddie Bravo talking global conspiracy. So he's like, he thinks that the whole Hollywood conspiracy is just to keep you all distracted from the global one and the ones that are controlling the Hollywood elite. So Control History goes into great detail with this one, and discusses how there's this online forum where people were on there kind of spilling the tea of Hollywood conspiracies. So I would love to take a look at that. But first, I would like to revisit the Derp with Kerp. Okay, he's, again, just putting out so many amazing videos. And look at Control History. He got 45 on this. And granted, it's, it's about the Reiners, but Good to see that he's pulling in some old Kirk numbers here, but I guess that's refreshed. So that was, I thought it was maybe 2 days old. But at 52, people are paying attention. They like what he's doing. And Adam Carolla with 143 with old Eddie Bravo. Okay. And 389 4 months ago. So, yeah, these numbers suck. Guys, get them up. No, these are great numbers. I'm all about the numbers now. Now that I'm at 150 subscribers. So all I see are numbers. So thank you, the recent subscribers, and we do late night, and we discuss comedians and conspiracy theories, and we just hang out, and we psychoanalyze, and have a little fun. So today we are doing the conspiracy part, but these comedians are all tied into it, so they all love it. Oh, you commented on his, yes, Star Child. That's it. Yep. Yes, exactly. Okay. So Jean-Pierre believes that Star Child, or that Corey Feldman is Star Child. Okay. And now who are those other guys that cover Corey Feldman? I believe you had mentioned them a while back, and I didn't get to respond. But those guys are great. There's a podcast out there that covers Corey Feldman, and it's like two guys, or Jim and Them. Yes, exactly. So Jim and Them. Thank you, Jean. And a great watch. So I highly recommend watching them, and it's been since Jimmy, like, because again, not Jimmy, James Kennedy, he interviewed Corey Feldman and then pulled the interview off a few days later, or maybe a couple of days later, and I was all in the comments, before it was pulled, and I forgot what I had said. Oh, that's right. I said something like, "Why does Corey Feldman look like Charlie Sheen?" And people just I never had that many people responding to a comment of mine. It went mini viral. Oh, and you think it was erased? Oh my God. And then within a day or two, they pulled the video. Now I believe it was just right after there was a Charlie Sheen documentary, and what people were responding to in my comments was that apparently there was something going on between Charlie Sheen and Corey Feldman. Maybe it was or a father, maybe his father or something. I don't know. So, all this twistedness. So it's a nice little soap opera. Unfortunately, people are getting hurt by all this. So it's not to make light of the drama, but it's better than following wrestling. Although those are, so nothing wrong with wrestling. I don't know. Only Mersh does. So. Oh, another Corey interview was taken down. Get on the bus. Only thing left up is well, and it seemed too like with Corey Feldman, he's all trying to keep everything under control. Like he doesn't let like anything just kind of happen. He's got to make sure it's exactly how he wants it, and not in a cool artistic way. It's almost like this weird leverage where he what would be basically like he's almost like hedging his bet, so he's waiting for the time to come out. Well, that's how it felt with the Jamie Kennedy interview, because he wouldn't say something about Michael Jackson, and then Jamie Kennedy kind of called him out, and he said, "Oh, I mean, you're probably not releasing that information because you're waiting for an opportunity to make money off of it, to monetize it." Because even Corey kind of inferred that, if not said it out right directly, said it outright. So that's that. He seems very, that kind of planned out and I guess methodical. But old Corey Feldman. So Jim and them, they cover him, and they got his number. I mean, they got him figured out. But here, so this gets pretty good. But I like to go back on to visit Derp with Kerp, because there's a section here where they're talking about how Hollywood is kind of bought and paid for. So let's take a look at that, and then anything that we find along the way. And again, please let us know your.
I gotta say,
let us know your conspiracies that you like, and maybe we can cover them. So this is just a bit of a point of departure, and then we can just go wherever from here. But eventually, I will run a tight ship. But I'm all about the flow now. But here we are.
I never really bought the idea that North Korea was going to invade America at any point. I don't think that was really on the table ever.
Well, Hollywood is a huge Chinese money laundering operation.
Say that again?
Chinese money laundering operation. He just said Hollywood is a Chinese money laundering operation.
Hollywood is
that's wild.
It's a huge Chinese money laundering operation.
I mean, just China must launder a lot.
Oh yeah, you're right. Everyone, yes, exactly.
I mean, everybody wants to get in the movies, and then I like isn't Seagal? That's what he's making now, right? He's making Mongolian money laundering kung fu movies.
So, do you think that the high salaries of these actors is and the producers and all that, that's how they're laundering their money, or through distribution of the film itself? Like where in that would there be money laundering? I'd be curious to know what you guys think, because I always wondered if the A-list actors were ones who were just basically in cahoots with the whole operation, and they're accepting money for to do things. I don't know. I have no idea. The Chinese business owners like investing or
have you seen Steven Seagal's new movies?
I'm not a movie fan, no.
Okay, well, Steven Seagal you should check out because he's all
Is he best friends with Putin? I mean,
say what?
He's like best friends with Putin, right?
I think Putin got sick of him pretty quick.
Well, Putin has good taste then, yeah.
Well, I don't. Mark, my engineer, tells me that Steven Seagal is like the old school conspiracy guy, which I find fascinating. Because I used to joke that he was the only guy, the only actor that I don't think worked with the CIA. But I might be wrong about that. I don't know.
Steven Seagal.
I know that he's got a reputation for, sexual harassment, so he could very well be CIA. That he'd be qualified.
What were some of the conspiracy theories that he was into?
Because, again, these actors, they're getting recruited by all CIA, okay? And Tim Allen couldn't stop talking about CIA. And, again, if you know anything about CIA, you know that it's not the CIA. It's just CIA. You can say the FBI, but don't you dare put a "the" in front of CIA. It's just CIA. So there's and people are well aware of the military funding video games and Call of Duty, using those video games as recruiting mechanisms. And I mean, they're fun. They're fun to play. If you are to play something, it's engaging. But yeah, they all fund all these movies. Now, I mean, there's people that are, that are working as consultants for films that are just making sure that the stuff that they're putting out there, has some validity in that it looks real or stuff like that. But this is actually funding projects or just funneling money through there. But here we go.
I don't know, Mark. Yeah, you told me about it. I don't
take
know
it back here a little bit.
That
he'd be qualified.
What were some of the conspiracy theories that he was into?
I don't know, Mark. Yeah, you told me about it. I don't know what. I don't think.
Well, some of his early films imply the corruption of government, international trafficking of drugs. So he's partially responsible for writing some of these films, which made me think maybe he had some sort of involvement in the themes and whatnot. But
this is that Steven Seagal. Is he okay? So Steven Seagal.
There was a lot of movies in the 80s, to be fair, in the early 90s.
Well, Gary DeVore got his hands cut off, right? And he was writing a Panama movie. The guy made I think he wrote Commando with Schwarzenegger. And then his car lost control, and then they found him, and he had no hands. It was right when we went and got Noriega. And I mean, I believe this. I don't know. This is definitely a supposedly, but Noriega had Epstein-like video of our officials with kids right around the same time as the call boy scandal in the White House and all that shit. Do you know? Okay, so if you would go really deep in the shit, I want to know. What do you know about the Lee family? And I think it's Li.
Oh, okay.
Because that
So we were here the other day, and he didn't really go very far with this part. He was just saying that that's a common name, and that there's a triad, and Kurt wanted to correlate that with the Masons or something. So let me skip ahead just a little bit here, and again, we're just revisiting this clip. His recent stuff has just been so much in there that you gotta spend a few days to really take in everything that's being said, and then kind of follow along. You know, his stuff. I mean, it got me looking up Quasicolado, the old plume serpent. I'm like, what is that? You know, but Young already taught me about that, so I already knew about that. But he's trying to talk about all of it. So it's some good stuff here. But we'll skip ahead here a little bit, and I don't want to repeat stuff too much in these streams. But even so, you look at it again and you'll get new information.
There's a lot of crossover for reasons I don't understand between Mormons and Scientologists and the Nation of Islam, because the Nation of Islam uses Scientology. He bought Scientology for the members of the Nation of Islam. Which
okay, and again, another Hollywood.
What I realize is these are all fellow mages. They're all fellow magi, helping each other out, and all these religions, especially here in America, they got a left-hand path, and that's all the symbology is. So that, if you're a Mormon, I know a bunch of Mormons that are not involved in anything crazy, but I also know a bunch of con men, close-up magic motherfucker, like Vegas scumbag types, who all say Joseph Smith's a prophet, and they all do tarot and that kind of shit. And that's because if you're in the know, they really admire him for getting his stupid magic, his coven protected forever and into this high in government. And they have a left-hand path as well, the left-hand path of God. It's in J.R. Sweet's book about it. And it all makes sense now, because you could see these guys' hustles. They all support the Moonies, and them are all, why are the Moonies connected to it? All of them.
So what do you think accounts for the success of the Mormons in America?
Well,
I'd like to kind of stay on the Hollywood thread. Or maybe not. I mean, we could kind of keep going with this. I know the other ones were a little bit more related to that, because I notice, I'll just start going deep into whatever topic they talk about, yeah. So let's have it play a little bit here, and see if we can transform some of this stuff.
If you want to be on a scale of how out there, I would say, if you really wanted to be religious about it, you could say that Maroney is the Prince of America, because this is a principality, and all these countries have their own princes of the air and what have you. And some people would say that Prince of America is the same one from the witch trials in Salem that Tituba said she astral projected. It's a dark man, a dark swarthy man that, anyway, that's America's the land of the plumed serpent, but the Prince of America is supposedly Moroni. But also, if you have enough hypnosis and enough people want unbelievable shit that you have to believe in as an act of faith.
Right.
If you can make yourself believe a thing that is not true, you have overcome reality itself.
Yeah, exactly. So this is losing me a bit too, and I've noticed that when Kerp has to kind of take the lead a bit, where he'll just start kind of saying he'll combine a few things together, and then eventually get on a particular one topic. But he will kind of talk about a few things, and I think that's probably why he was thinking that all Paranoid America was talking about him when he was talking about the schizophrenia. He was very quick to say, yeah, well, I mean, I guess I think that way a little bit too, So I think people think that his mind goes in places, but he's just trying to get a sense. But yeah, I totally agree that that is a bit. Oh man, yeah. So let's because I really don't know why he's on. I don't know why, because he's again he's not a professor. I don't think he teaches high school, but he I think has a degree from Oxford or somewhere. I don't know, but I know that he was talking. He got pretty popular on Instagram or TikTok, talking about all that old small country, the size of Rhode Island, and what old Yahoo was really trying to do. So, Yale, okay, another Yaley. So Mark was quick to get on that one, and but let's see what we got here.
So
Yeah.
like I think flat Earth is that, because it's such a thing of like I couldn't care less what shape the Earth is, and I don't get how it would figure in. But there's something about that is such like a I'm settling on this. It's such like an exercising of your free will.
Secret societies. Okay.
Like there's something to that, and if you can harness that, you do real well. And then also if you do anything to make a buck, like Joseph Smith.
Oh wait, did you say book? Because that's what Duncan Trussell was talking about. Aleister Crowley's definition of magic with a K, the will. It's and the way to do it, as an example, they used as writing a book. So let me see if that's what you said. But John V.A., he did some interesting stuff on secret societies. Okay, so that's right up our alley. Okay, we need to know all those secret societies and their handshakes and all that. Gavin McGinnis wears all those rings. Okay, he's in all sorts of lodges. So when you get to be part of a club and call it a lodge, there's some Freemason thing going on there. I love a good lodge. Little hangout sesh. And a little bit of brawling. Okay. It's back before the government would pay you to be a crisis actor. They would just go out and create chaos. Head of his time. Now, I barely watched the guy, but here we are. Let's see if we got some insight from old Professor Jiang. Hope I'm saying that.
Do real well. And then also if you do anything to make a buck, like Joseph Smith.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to ask you. I want to pick your brain about Trump.
Yeah.
Where do you think Trump comes from, and how does he fit into the larger secret society framework?
I only heard silly gossip and rumors, but my favorite thing that
Professor Young is like anti-Jesus and Bible. Yeah, he seems very skeptical of just even Kurt can't break him. It's like this guy came here on a mission. Okay, he wanted to really, weigh out his Kurt Metzger's theories. But he came in as a fan, and he's got his own theories, and he's wanting to see what Kurt thinks about them. So a little theory packed here.
Dick Gregory used to say is there's two Trumps. A blue
Right.
tie and a red tie Trump. Now this is all silly. Not he's one of the first people, Dick Gregory.
Okay, they're
to
talking
say
Trump here.
Michelle Obama had a dick, which I'm not completely sold on. I must say, she could have had a pants wiener in that dancing video.
He can't get
but
Professor Yang to smile.
he was he had a Zapruder film. This comedian, Dick Gregory, had all this, and it really is like when we play his stuff he said just a second ago till now, and I try to keep track of the ties, but I forget which ties. I think red's.
Okay, so Trump has ties, right? So he's got a red, he's got a blue, and it seems that ever since after the assassination, he's got gold. He might have had the gold one before, but oh God, I know, Big Mike. And a lot of people think that there are different Trumps, okay? And you can tell which trumpet there is based on the tie. So there's two, and there might be three. Okay, so there's a red, a blue, and a gold. And if you pay attention and listen to these trumps, okay, if you go and listen to how they talk to each other or how they speak, I find that there might be one in particular that always Freudian slips and says, yeah, Trump, that's what Trump wants, that's what Trump like, and he doesn't say that's what I want.
Supposed to be the more.
Sorry. And now you can chalk this up to, okay, a narcissist kind of speaking in the first person singular. But it could also be, the lookalike that, might even know that could be a problem. Maybe it was a problem during his first presidency. And so they just kind of leaned into it. I don't know. Okay. Again, what do you guys think? Goldstein tie. Oh yeah. So that's a little out there. Okay. That's a little out there. And another one that's a little out there is if that was actually Biden. Okay. Because we all seen the Biden that was sniffing all the children's hair. Okay. And then I think right after COVID hit, everyone started masking up. He started looking different. And you couldn't really tell at first because he wore the big aviator glasses and the mask. So he came out looking like, the Terminator, basically. And it just so happened to coincide with the time that Jim Carrey retired from Hollywood. So, you got it. So maybe he was wearing a mask. Okay. But what happened during the Easter festival on the White House lawn with that Easter bunny trying to direct Biden in certain places? And you go back and watch that footage of Biden or of this bunny, someone dressed up in an Easter bunny, like whispering to Biden or talking and kind of pointing him in different directions and making sure that people don't talk to him. But at one point, Biden was talking to people, and then the bunny put a stop to it. So a little bit of an aside there, but Old Trump in threes.
Aggressive to Trump.
All right, here we go.
You know, with Biden, it was like the tall Biden and the short Biden.
Oh, here you go.
And I'm
See?
still not clear if that.
Let's back it up here.
But when we play his stuff he said just a second ago till now, and I try to keep track of the ties, but I forget which ties. I think red's supposed to be the more aggressive to Trump. But you know, with Biden, it was like the tall Biden and the short Biden.
Okay, because there's two different ears too. Okay, you've seen the photos of the earlobes. The earlobes were different. So
I'm still not clear if that was just a trick from trying to place him in a place he wasn't digitally, and so they got his height wrong, which it could have been, or he just had like a Saddam Hussein double. They all have doubles and like really good masks. So I was told by somebody.
okay, so he's saying the mask theory too. Okay, and Professor Yang is not having it at all. He's like, you mean to tell me you think someone dressed up and act like the president? Yeah, that's what a lot of people think. Okay, and they're all talking about, aliens. The Simpsons got the aliens ripping off their, or dressed up as politicians and ripping off their masks. So he's in China though. He's in China. Hong Kong, right? And you can't fathom that. But we'll see. We'll see if he buys that, because doesn't look like he's really buying it.
That Trump was Jesuit programmed a long time ago. He's from one of the generational families. And I was like, I didn't want to believe it. And by the way, Kathy O'Brien says no. I asked her on Jimmy's show. And
okay, so Kathy O'Brien was on his show, on the Jimmy Dore show, because I have yet to read the stuff that he's talking about with Kathy O'Brien or Kathy Bryan. But there's some videos that she has online that are put into a playlist, and I think you can watch them consecutively. Beijing. He lives in Beijing. Which part's a lie? Which part's a lie? But Kathy O'Brien, talks a lot about the Monarch Project, I believe. Okay. See, okay, nice. See, I like that. I like that thinking, Janvier. Okay, yes, exactly. And if there ever was what are they called? CP. The China's Secret Service, or their CIAs. What are they called? The China CPC, or communist. He could. Yeah, maybe he's in New York. Maybe. Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's a great point. So, Janvier believes that he's saying too much to be broadcasting from China. That a lot of that would be censored out. I mean, if you even text something that they don't want you to be talking about, it just won't go through, or it'll change into a different word. So I wonder if Kurt kind of senses that too, because there is just a little bit of this contempt behind the eyes. Okay, and that it's almost like he's interrogating Kurt. He just has a natural interrogation face. So and Kurt right now is looking at his phone, talking to Mark. Begging him to help him. Or Mark saying that they've triangulated their position. And he sees that they noticed. But okay, I like that. I like that direction. So he says he's living in Beijing, but just a little too boisterous for that government. So unless you're on a different server and some different kind of VPN, how are you saying all these words? I should silence you.
I noticed a divide between the boomer age monarch people and the younger monarch people. They have a much real different opinion. It's very interesting. But anyway, he's some kind of Janus figure right now, I guess you could say, and it's wild watching them.
So Janus, he's referring to, is that Hindu or is that Chinese? Is he? Because I've noticed every time Kurp's with someone who's not white, he's got to let them know that he knows the culture. He'll talk, about black stuff to black people. But it in the sense of like, say how, a lot of people don't follow much outside of their own race, the news and all that. And so it's hard to know references. The Greek Janus Two-Faced God. Oh, okay. So Janus is a Two-Faced God. Greek. Okay. Nice. I like Kurt going Greek a bit. We need more of that.
But anyway, he's some kind of Janus figure right now, I guess you could say, and it's wild watching him do the opposite of everything that he was supposed to do. I mean, literally I don't ever remember Greenland coming up before the election. I remember Venezuelan cocaine. I've done cocaine, all kinds of cocaine in my life, and you never heard of Venezuelan cocaine. It's never been a thing.
So yeah, I mean, they're really selling this Venezuelan boat thing, and they're at a press conference sitting down, and a guy asked, if you're going to be shooting these boats down, why not just declare war? And Trump's like, we don't need to. We'll just kill them. We'll just kill them dead. And it was just so, as a matter of fact. So that's what they've been talking about. Okay, they want to see them bodies. Okay. So we're in wartime. Okay. And but what was he talking about just before that? Because I wanted to get you guys' opinion, Jan's opinion.
I remember Venezuelan cocaine. I've done cocaine, all kinds of cocaine in my
Oh,
life, and you never heard of Venezuelan cocaine. It's never been a thing. So, every other country, but Venezuela.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know enough about it to consider that there wouldn't be. I mean, it seems it seems that whether there was coke or drugs in those boats, the means to go about it is kind of what they're. It centered it. Really? Wow. Just now. Or is my chat set on? Or top chat. Yeah. Uh-oh. Am I missing some of your chats there? Yeah. Sorry, I had it on live. Or I had it on top. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. Okay. So yeah, with the whole what was it that you're trying to say? You were trying to talk about the whole Venezuelan thing. They're already censoring from that. But it seems that people aren't buying it. People aren't buying that even regardless if there was drugs, you're blowing these boats up, and that's mean. So I think they are kind of laying down the hammer a bit to show some dominance. And but don't know enough about that stuff to have an opinion about it. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about this other stuff too. I just like to explore, but yeah, that's some tricky stuff. If Hang if Hang is in this guy. Oh yeah. So Jean-Pierre is saying if this guy is in China, he's a psyop to catch Chinese descendants. Yeah, or spreading misinformation, propaganda. It might be. I mean, yeah, he does kind of have, a bit of that agenda sense to him, and he's just kind of just trying to get information out of Kurt. Let's see.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, to go that 180 degrees is like almost stick it in your right in your face, where if you don't want to accept reality now, you've given us the right to do whatever we want to you now, as how I look at it.
So my question then is, what does Trump want? Where is he taking America? Like how?
Oh, the scam can't end, so they got to crash it. Who's going to crash it? I mean, he might not get it done. I guess he's just got to get us to World War III or some shit, right? So whatever Albert Pike's last wishes were.
So the Venezuelan drug boats was a complete joke. Okay, yeah. They're using that as a would it be a false flag, or would it just be just a sense of domination or something. So yeah, why target those boats specifically too? And do you think that, like, what do you think that what's the purpose of the boats, if any, or the people in it? And I mean, maybe the U.S. is doing a bit of cartel work. They're doing some work for the cartel, and they're for another government, and they're trying to take out the competition. So who's ever against Venezuela, looks like the U.S. is trying to assist in it. Yep. So I mean, it is Israel Venezuelan first? Because if they're not Venezuelan first, then they are against it. So yeah, I wonder who's really wanting to stop Venezuela. So I think they were cartel, but not smuggling fentanyl. Oh, okay. Okay. So small volumes of cocaine, and Kurt was kind of saying that too. So the punishment seems to, what's that saying? It's too big for the punishment's too big for the crime. It doesn't fit the crime.
We rebuilt the Pike statue, and we're doing all the things to make a World War III happen. And it's stunning now. If anybody that pays even a little bit of attention to it should see that. And it's frightening the level that people don't, but that shows you how effective we're way better than North Korea at programming people here.
Right. So World War III is happening, but also it seems as though he's starting a civil war as well, right? You look at what's happening in Minnesota and all this conflict.
Okay, so I do remember visiting this before too. So, but he was real quick to say that World War III is happening, and that there's going to be civil wars about to break out. Oh, intervene Maduro's arrest. Okay. Oh yeah. So Professor Yang's kind of avoiding topics here. Oh. Jean-Pierre is really you're dialed in. You're dialed in. I like where you're going with this. Yes, steer us through this here.
It's happening, but also it seems as though he's starting a civil war as well, right? You look at what's happening in Minnesota and all this conflict.
That's very strange. They would do it that incompetently, and meanwhile,
which all that Minnesota stuff too. I mean, I got that Nick guy on my feed. You watch one video and you have to watch every time he goes out to ask where his businesses are. Okay, you watch one now. I like it. Okay, do more of that. But people are a bit suspicious that well, I'm sure by now he's at least been co-opted by the government. That's got to be who he's conducting all these raids on these businesses. the guy looks like a Fed, but not Nick, but the guy that he's rolling with, the older gentleman. But they're getting into all sorts of confrontation out there, and they just want to know where businesses are, and they're getting yelled at and pushed out of companies, and so between the $10 billion worth of fraud, and this is not just an isolated event in Minnesota. From what people are saying, this is across our country, and so far they've seen in Minnesota that 80 to 90% are Somalian that are involved in this. So it's this big old money trafficking ring, big old money laundering. Okay. And this is just what the news is saying. Okay. I don't have any information about this. And they got the governor and the mayor out there, and then they're in lockstep with the Somalians. Like defending them. It's wild. Okay, so they don't seem like they're for Americans. They seem that they are. They've been co-opted by a Somalian gang, and we learned that there's two fractions of the Somalians, and the only reason why that mayor won in Minnesota over another Somalian. Okay, there was going to be a Somalian running for mayor, and apparently he almost won, but the Fry guy won because he got the Somalians that were part of the other rival tribe of Somalians to vote for him instead of the other guy. So just imagine what would have happened if J.D. Vance was president or vice president. Sorry, not J.D. Vance. Walls, and then they had that mayor in Minnesota, that Somalian. It would, I'm sure, have been much worse. So, and this is just in Minnesota. You go to other states, and there are large Somalian networks that are conducting these, money laundering operations, and it's all through transportation, all through these false businesses and getting funding from the government. So that's now people, or now the Somalians think it's because they're Muslim that people are against them, and they're trying to use that as a shield of criticism, and has nothing to do with their religion. It has everything to do with their ethics. Okay, and so now the U.S. government is far from having clean hands when it comes to this kind of stuff, but I'm sure it affects the people that live in those states, and it's across the world. So, or at least the U.S. But that's, you know, and he's saying that they're going to be using, he believes that they're going to be using Minneapolis as a, you know, the epicenter for civil war.
As well, right? You look at what's happening in Minnesota, it is happening. Right. So World War III is happening, but also it seems as though he's starting a civil war as well, right? You look at what's happening in Minnesota and all of this conflict.
Yeah, that's very strange that they would do it that incompetent.
Yes, and Jean-Pierre is right. There, you know, with Trump coming out so strong with, you know, it being pointed at Somalians, it does kind of distract from who's even above that. So yes, very much so, and there's rampant fraud everywhere. But this, you know, this kind of, when you're able to have it crystallized for people like this, nice little package, you know, it could cause a bit more damage than good. But you know, the idea that that your state and your country is, you know, spending a bit more time and effort protecting people and providing, you know, means like this for people who are not citizens, can still be, you know, a big factor for people, and they, you know. But again, these refugees, they're there because of things that that the U.S. has done. So these were agreements that they had made. And I'm just repeating things that other people have said. I haven't looked into this, but from what people say, that, you know, there was these wars going on, and that was part of the agreement, that you had to take on, you know, X amount of refugees. So that's why all these, you know, European countries and us, I believe is that part of a, well, it's not NATO, but yeah, they're, see, you know, politics is a bit out of my depth, but you know, he's really eager to, you know, to let everyone know that war is coming, and civil war to boot. Oh yeah, no, there's no derailing this. It's all exploring, and yeah, no, I very much enjoy it.
And meanwhile, the problem, H-1B visas and all them things, you know, Trump's in the hotel industry, and the hotel people want to pay less to their employees. So the jobs that literally are the ones that are causing the problem that are being taken up, they're fine. Not to mention that fucking OnlyFans, for some reason, they're allowed to stay. And then they're going to the street and asking people for their ID, just randomly on the street with masks on in unmarked Subarus. That is so. And the chick that got shot when she hit her, I was like, look, if you could do something dumb like that, they're going to execute you, because they give them all the rights in the world to do that, the cops, okay?
And yeah, but it's also, they're not cops, okay? These are not cops. These are federal sanctioned enforcement officers, okay? So, you know, these are the blue helmets. Well, Professor Yang should know that. So they don't, you know, they're not. They might be undertrained and completely incompetent at times. Okay, but that is federal agent, and the punishment is much more severe if you interfere with a federal agency. But the old Instagram and TikTok has got people thinking that nothing's going to happen. Now, you might not care about that, and you don't care if something happens to yourself. But there's a sense of where you need not to participate in other people's beefs. So, don't be a pawn in someone's beef. But they are making it so that it does directly affect each and every one of us. So even if you don't want to be part of it, you almost have to be. So I completely understand that. And but yeah, but again, I have a sense that the people that have been overly adamant about I guess protecting illegal immigrants, they wouldn't think twice to have that same type of draconian, authoritarian playbook put on people that weren't vaxxed during COVID. Okay, so they would have wished that people were knocking on the door, and they pretty much were in a lot of cases knocking on people's doors, asking if you would get vaccinated or not, or if you wouldn't, they'll give you fries. So it's pretty sickening, if you ask me. And so that's what I'm a little concerned about. I'm a little concerned that now that this has been opened up and you can basically create your own private army, that it's not going to stop here. It will, who's ever in power will use something like that to maintain their agenda. So let's hope it doesn't. But old Bill Gates, man, he talks a lot about how, the old pandemic, that was just a trial run. Okay. The real, wait until the real one happens, because then everyone would be listening. Okay. So he didn't like that people weren't complying. He didn't like that there was independent news sources out there questioning things. And so interesting stuff here. Yeah, exactly. Don't be a pawn in someone else's beef. And a few years back, who was it? I think it might have been the New York Times might have done like this like mini documentary. It was like a quick edit mashup of all of Trump's kind of strange occurrences that he was having, or he would do, or things that he would say. But there was one point where I could see that both him and Hillary Clinton were, it was almost like they were trying to show each other how much influence and power they had over other people to start, these kind of protests and all that. And it was, the reason why I started thinking about it is because they showed them really really close together, but it was over the course of his first term. And there's several occasions where Hillary Clinton, was talking about things, and then there would be protests. They had to do with maybe transgender stuff, or the LGBTQ stuff. The flags were everywhere, and then Trump said a few things, and it looked like they're just trying to show the level of influence that they have, and just don't give it to them. But again, it is hard, because now it seems like it's not just affecting people. It seems like it's affecting everyone now. So that is kind of the civil unrest and civil war part, where if you can't ignore it, then you gotta figure out where you stand. So yep, be wild times. But here he is talking about potential war, if we haven't seen it already.
But no, I think legally, no, they don't. They're not supposed to get in front of your car. So I'm wrong about that. Not only that, I've watched them grabbing people randomly.
Yeah.
That are citizens. The one that was funny, the guy looks like Shane Gillis. He's being thrown up against the car. He has guns that are legal. Everything's legal, but he just pissed off this shorter guy who's got a mask on. It's crazy, and somebody's just filming it. Everybody's got to film it as much as possible. That's all you could do, because I think one side ain't getting, one side is not getting what they're supposed to get on these channels, other than a few, I guess Tucker's telling the truth about it, and some people are telling the truth about it, but it's really out there right now.
Right. So I want to talk about Minnesota, right? Because let's look at the events before the Randy Good shooting, where Nick Shirley, right, who is clearly this Republican operative, he goes into Minneapolis.
So now again, I'm beginning to recall this from when we first watched it a few streams ago, but he's quick to say that he's an operative. Okay, so I haven't gotten to that conclusion, but I'm purposely not watching it. It's the same reason why I never seen Joker. Okay, as much as I wanted to see it, there was just such a huge phenomenon that was happening, and everyone was rioting after, a year later after that movie came out. Everyone was living it out. Okay, it looked like Joker. So when that movie came out, it was one of those things that everyone was talking about, and I just felt like, you know what? There's got to be a few people out there that hasn't seen it. Okay, you just, when there's a huge phenomenon like that, you kind of have to step back and say, if you want to conduct a double-blind test on society, there has to be a control. And not everyone can partake in every event. So I opted out of that. and it hurt. Okay, because I wanted to see that thing. But with the Nick Shirley thing, I'm choosing just to not watch. Like, I watched it a little bit, and then and then it seems like it's being spun. That's why it's hard to watch it now, because now it seems that the different sides are trying to spin it to their agenda. So whether it's he's an operative or he's sensationalizing this, and it's creating a riff, and that it's really not that big of a deal, or all that, or that he's making money off of it. So it's really no longer about the content that he's doing. It's him defending himself, and then everything that he's doing here on out seems to be almost in a sense of disproving people, but maybe not. I mean, he seems like he's just going through the list, but yeah, I mean, he could very well be an operative to stir up a bit of unrest, and I guarantee you the other side is doing that and has done that, and that's why I try to stay away from all that, because you get spun. It's hard to find that that thread, because it's all tethered. Okay. And it makes conspiracy theories really easy to digest. Conspiracy theories make sense after you get done watching some of the news out there. Or conspiracy theories are much lighter than the news as of late. Maybe doing a bit damage control.
He starts making these videos about how these similar daycare centers are actually stealing billions of dollars from the government in order to finance democratic elections, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Elon Musk makes this viral, so it seems coordinated. And then
Yeah, of course.
Right, and then Trump, what he does is he says that we're going to cut funding for Minnesota, and then he sends in 2,000 ICE agents on January 6th or 7th.
Not enough.
To round up Somali refugees. And that's when the really good shooting happens. So it seems
I've been watching a lot of Asmongold.
It almost seems as though Trump wants to make Minnesota ground zero.
He loves
for
ICE.
a civil war, right?
It seems like some shit with Tim Waltz to me. I mean, that operative kid. So that kid's supposed to be like the good side Fuentes. He's like the Nick Fuentes Twinkie that loves the Jews, and like the good alternative Fuentes.
Right.
And his first story is this big one. This old-fashioned Mormon front virgin, we'll call him. And so
everyone's saying virgin
I don't
lately.
know, Tim Waltz. This is just
everyone's saying virgin
buggery shit that they were just doing to Trump before he came in. Trump has pardoned one of the people involved in the scam, by the way, already. Somebody's already been pardoned in the scam by Trump. It's already happened.
Right.
So of course there's a scam going. Of course there is. What is that? I mean, that is bad. Go lock up Tim Waltz. Is anybody going to jail yet? Oh no. Oh, also, it's everywhere. That same scam in Minnesota is in all the places. Assholes. They gave all your money to fucking Ukraine to lose a war. They're giving you money. Oh, we kidnapped the president of Venezuela so that we can get oil to Israel in time for this Iranian push. And I'm
okay here. So this is a little bit of Venezuelan talk here. Let's see what he professor is like. I didn't consider. So that right there, when you are accepting what is being said. You are that is the motion of accepting this information. But did I say the wrong name? It's not Shirley. Shirley, or you're referring to something else. But yeah, so he's talking about a little bit of Venezuela here, and why we might be
All the
attacking here.
places, assholes. They gave all your money to fucking Ukraine to lose a war. They're giving you money. Oh, we kidnapped the president of Venezuela so that we can get oil to Israel in time for kidnapped the president of Venezuela so that we can get oil to Israel in time for
Oh, okay. So oil to Israel. So the reason why they're why the U.S. is attacking Venezuela is for Israel.
Iranian push, and I'm watching psychopaths talking about the Iranian protesters, which are, I think, exactly just like the thing in Tiananmen Square. Which I remember being very shocked to learn was a George Soros NGO thing, and WikiLeaks revealed what really went on with that. And I mean, that's like one of them kind of, who told me, Jackson Hinkle with his stupid, he's got a great hair, that kid. But he should.
Actually, let me take a break here as well. I think if I put it on the slideshow screen, then it'll seem like I'm not just letting this run here. But I gotta tend to something real quick as well, and we'll get back to Kurt Metzger and Professor Jiang talking about all this stuff here. Oh, there's that. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes here. If I had music playing, I would, but I don't. Okay, we'll be starting up again here. A little bit of a middle break. That's won't be able to edit that one out. Sorry about that. And let me make sure everything's set up here, and we'll start in a minute here. Okay. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. Looks like it looks like we got some snow. Woo! Oh, the weather. Oh, the weather. Because that's a whole other thing too. About them geoengineering. So who knows if that's even snow. And that's going to be some wild information that will come out. They start telling people that they've been controlling the weather, that they've created precipitation. I couldn't imagine a world where companies would create storms, make it rain. What you doing making it rain? So now we can't even enjoy a snowfall without thinking that it was somehow created by that software company owner. Windows guy. Can't say his name anymore. You only get to say it twice. The third time, they'll get you. All right. So, old Billy Jean, not well. Now, let's take it back here and see what they're saying, because I think they're talking about Civil War.
It's revealed what really was.
Let me adjust the volume here. Hopefully the volume is okay. Yeah.
On with that.
There we
go. I mean, that's like one of them kind of, who told me? Jackson Hinkle with his stupid, he's got a great hair, that kid. But he showed me the video. I thought this guy got run over by a tank all these years in this picture, in the poster. And then he showed me the actual video. I'm like, that's weird. Billy Joel didn't say. And then he showed me the WikiLeaks from 2011 when it came out, which I'd never heard of. And I'm like, what? And I remember I was like, I was upset. Like, it was very upsetting to me. Like when I found out 2 Girls, 1 Cup was fake, the same level of anger and bewilderment. Anyway, that's what this is. They're trying to do the same thing. It's
yes, Kurt. How did they do it?
Everywhere. BLM had it.
Look, it's a classic color revolution playbook in Iran, where they have these NGOs who organize people, they control the information space, they just brainwash people, and then they bribe certain people to follow along. They have agents go in as provocateurs who lead the protests and who shoot at cops. They've killed a lot of cops in Iran. The thing that they haven't been able to do, which
interesting. Okay, so he's saying that. Let me take that back here, because you're telling us that there's paid provocateurs that are paid to create chaos and shoot at cops.
And then they bribe certain people. Revolution playbook.
Limit. Anyway, that's what this is. They're trying to do the same thing. They all do the same trick everywhere. BLM had it.
Look, it's a classic color revolution playbook in Iran, where they have these NGOs who organize people, they control the information space, they just brainwash people, and then they bribe certain people to follow along. They have agents go in as provocateurs who lead the protests and who shoot at cops. They've killed a lot of cops in Iran. The thing that they haven't been able to do, which is crucial, is they're not able to bribe the security services, right? So in Nepal, they just bribe the security services just disappear and let these 20-year-olds, run amok. So they haven't been able to do that. And the other thing that was crucial in Iran that changed the strategy is that Iran was able to bring down Starlink, right? They were able to jam Starlink, but not only that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were able to do that. They were able to.
Okay, I remember him talking about this.
That's how they were able to coordinate. They were receiving orders from overseas, and they were able to coordinate these protests. But then Iran, with help from the Russians and possibly the Chinese, they were able to jam Starlink. But
Oh,
not only that, and this is what's crucial is once they jammed Starlink, they were also able to pinpoint Starlink modules, so they knew exactly who was organizing these protests. So now they're able to just round up all these Mossad assets all across Iran. So this is a huge defeat for the Israelis.
I had no idea they had rounded up the Mossad. I knew.
Okay, so they're able to use that information to locate Mossad agents in Iran. Let's take it back again. Now, all these type of revolutions are occurring everywhere, and yeah. Yeah. I mean, people, they gotta participate and they gotta do their thing. So, but here, let's just listen to what he has to say.
The Russians and possibly the Chinese, they're able to jam Starlink.
Okay, so they're jamming Starlink.
And this is what's crucial is once they jammed Starlink, they were also able to pinpoint Starlink modules, so they knew exactly who was organizing these protests. So now they're able to just round up all these Mossad assets all across Iran. So this is a huge defeat for the Israelis.
I had no idea they had rounded up the Mossad. I knew it was a Mossad thing.
And that's why Trump is delaying the airstrikes, because the idea of a color revolution is you have these protests spread, and then you have the airstrikes in order to destroy the morale of the military, the populace, and show that the protesters are winning, and then you embed insurgents into Iran to start challenging the authorities. So I think they sent in some Kurd insurgents a few days ago, and they were wiped out because Turkey betrayed them. So it's a very complicated situation right now in Iran.
Right. Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah. So, but when this happens, okay, the next stage in the playbook is false flags, right? Because they're not going to give up.
There's been a few already.
Well, yeah.
Israel's done quite a few, I would say, in a row that I haven't forgot about. There's that couple that got shot and the guy laid down a Palestinian flag. There's no way that's not some program Manchurian candidate guy.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is all right. Now this is what they call cooking. Okay, so he's cooking right now. But I gotta take that back for a second, because what was he saying right there? Oh, sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say, and I stopped him while he was going here. Let me see if we can.
A few already.
Okay, the false flags. That's right. So the thing about Charlie Kirk was that he had mentioned that he believes that there was a stand down order in Israel during the October 7th strike. Is it October 7th? See, again, politics is just out of my depth. So I'm just going based off of memory. Okay. No first-hand account on any of this stuff. And so I'm just repeating what other people are saying. But there's other people now that are talking about that there might have been a stand-down order. So, and that now we're blowing up, Venezuelan boats. That we're talking about that could be a kind of like a false flag operation. I mean, I don't. yeah, I don't know how it could be when yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely a real yeah, it's the Venezuelan boat thing is very interesting because they it you know they're showing everything, you know, so they're showing you footage of something, and there you have it, you know, so you're assuming it's real footage and that these boats are blowing up. So what if it's not real footage? What if they made it up? I mean, that'd be crazy. So but yeah, forgot what I was saying with the false flag thing, but with the stand down order. So yeah, maybe there's some something to look into that. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Israel's done quite a few, I would say, in a row where I haven't forgot about. There's that couple that got shot and the guy laid down a Palestinian flag. There's no way that's not some program Manchurian candidate guy.
Yeah. This is like outside the Israeli embassy, right, in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And the couple were Christian Zionists who were working for the Israelis, and
I thought they were Jewish. Engaged. I thought they were Jewish. Am I wrong about that?
I don't think they were Jewish, but I think they were Christian Zionists. They were evangelicals, and they had just gotten engaged, and then they died.
Wow, I hadn't heard they were evangelical. I'm going to check that because that's interesting.
I think so.
It was put out there as if they were Jewish because Bondi Beach. And those are a bunch of Chabad people, which means they got used as sacrificial lambs for that.
I think so.
Because Chabad is is Chabad. Yeah. They're not good.
Yeah.
And so and it's a they accidentally, like, a Muslim guy helped some people being shot, and they were or to stop the shooter. And they were hoping it was going to be like something not that. But they do this all the time. I mean, all of our school shootings, I don't believe a single one anymore. I honestly, there got to be one.
Okay, and that's the other thing too. It's these school shootings, and we're being told who's doing everything. And it seems to be following a particular pattern. It seemed like they were trying to do that with Charlie Kirk's assassination as well. And it just makes you wonder if what they say is happening is in fact happening. Now, yeah, people say there's you got some wonky effects with all those SSRIs. So might detach you from base reality. And much like they discovered with LSD, it could possibly lead to being more susceptible to hypnosis. And we got a little bit of that with the whole, potentially with the whole Nick Reiner thing. Okay? And Control of History is going to be talking about that. But yeah, this is wild stuff here,
right? But I wouldn't know what it is. Almost all of them are planned, and it was specifically to disarm people. Australia gave the guns up after the first autistic spree killer. They're like, okay, here you go. I'm guessing because they have healthcare is why they probably did that. But that's the goal, and I thought that was crazy my whole life. But it is not great. They say it. It's in Tragedy and Hope. It's in all these books. You got to disarm them because the bottom line is you can win.
Okay, so he's saying that these school shootings are done by bad actors, by crisis actors, to instill fear in people so that there could be laws that are passed to do away with our Second Amendment. And over the past few years, we've seen what has happened to countries who are not armed. And they now are being locked up in jail for saying words. So, perhaps this might be, in fact, the new world order that's unfolding right before our very eyes. And we're witnessing countries showing their allegiance. And you got to decide if you accept or if you become part of the resistance. Okay? All I know is that you need resistance in order to take flight. Okay? An eagle don't soar in a vacuum. It needs resistance. So I like to soar. So give me that resistance. But all Kerp here. Here we are. Just having some fun.
They're like, okay, here you go. I'm guessing because they have healthcare is why they probably did that. But that's the goal, and I thought that was great. Guessing,
oh, sorry. Let me take this back because, he's saying the quiet part out loud. Thank you for now seeing everything in a title filter. Yeah, once you start doing thumbnails and titles, all of a sudden you hear things and it's like, oh, that would be a catchy little title that the algorithm will push. And ain't trying to cast no wide net, okay? I can't believe I got 800 people looking at one of my streams. So that's very nerve-wracking. I need a few years, okay? I need a few years. I like to take the steps, okay? No quick shot to 50K subs, okay? I gotta learn first, okay? So please, but thank you so much for the subscribers. It's just it's wild, but you know, I do subscribe to people that I also don't like, you know, so if only to be in that running. But here we are. Okay, this is some serious stuff. I'm just trying to keep it light. But Kurt Metzger, again, you know, really kind of, you know, he's not reaching too far with this. Sometimes it can be a bit hard to follow his points before he kind of threads it in that his producer Mark and his beautiful way of sewing it into this cohesive thought. But he did have this really good point that I'd like to hear someone's take on, because these are really touchy subjects. Okay, I don't I'm more curious about these than I'm Shane Gillis on this. I have no opinion as of yet. Okay, because if you give me a moment to get out of my I've been allocating a lot of my mental bandwidth to learn OBS, and now I'm freed up from that. So I might go political now that I got a few bars to spare. But I like to hear what Kurt has to say about these school shootings, because that's a serious thing, and there's quite a bit of anxiety and fear that can be put upon someone. And then what do? They then become medicated. So it could be another way that the old pharmaceutical company can make their money. So, but I'm just 150 sub channel. Okay, so don't come after me. But thank you so much for the hitting the 150 mark. I mean, this is milestone, folks. So thank you. And Kurt Metzger about to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, there's no is bad.
Yeah.
They're not good.
Yeah.
And so and it's a they accidentally, like, a Muslim guy helped some people being shot, and they were or to stop the shooter. And they were hoping it was going to be like something not that.
Did I go
But
too?
they do this all the time. I mean, all of our school shootings, I don't believe
Here we
a
are.
single one anymore. I honestly, they're
Okay, because again, they've been saying that they're drugged out trans kids, right? Is that what he's saying? That's the story that he's not believing. He's not believing the narrative, the 33 narrative.
they were hoping it was going to be like something not that. But they do this all the time. I mean, all of our school shootings, I don't believe a single one anymore. I honestly, there got to be one, right? But I wouldn't know what it is. Almost all of them are planned, and it was specifically to disarm people. Australia gave the guns up after the first autistic spree killer. They're like, oh,
Okay, so Australia just recently did that. How long ago was that? A decade? Maybe 10 years ago? 5 years ago? It'd be nice to know when that was, because I would say that that's pretty important information, because it would, you could at least know that it would take that amount of time for any other country. Where then everything kind of flips, and it'll probably end up being faster because they learned. So they went through the trial run already. That's what old BG talks about with the pandemic. So that was basically just a trial. Like, wait until the big one hits. Now, I don't know if he's talking about a pandemic or something, but he believes that something is going to happen. And they already have all the infrastructure for the pandemic and emergency lockdown and martial law. And the way that someone can remain in office is if they're in the middle of a war. So if they're going to be, they can plan these little operations. They can also plan a bigger operation where they're going to declare war and then remain in office indefinitely. Something to think about. I don't know indefinitely, but at least another term. Everyone's talking about the whole third term. So he even talks about it. And forget his old campaign manager, or anyways, he mentioned it too. I forgot the guy's name, but again, a little bit on my depth. But here's Kurt Metzger talking about how these school shootings are not only not what they say they are pre-planned and to get us to have our weapons removed.
Australia gave the guns up after the first.
Okay, this back.
I wouldn't know what it is. Almost all of them are planned, and it was specifically to disarm people. Australia gave the guns up after the first autistic spree killer. They're like, okay, here you go. I'm guessing because they have healthcare is why they probably did that. But that's the goal, and I thought that was crazy my whole life. But it is not great. They say it. It's in Tragedy and Hope. It's in all these books. You got to disarm them because the bottom line is you can win. That's what Red Dawn taught us about North Korea invading.
Well, there's certainly a pattern to all these school shootings, right? Where the school shooter has a parent who is either a psychologist, right, who works in the field of psychiatry, or a subcontractor of some sort, government adjacent. So that's a really weird pattern.
Behavior
kind of like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step on his line there, but kind of like the Turning Point USA, how they're all kind of have like military backgrounds.
Sword,
if he can last.
Government adjacent. So that's a really weird pattern.
Behavior modification therapist.
Yeah,
that's the Trump ear shooter kid with the hair lip.
Yeah,
ain't heard from his parents ever since that thing, and they scrubbed the house.
Oh,
Kash Patel said nothing to see here. The crazy Blackstone shooting in New York, where the guy drove from LA to New York with an AR-15. I live in New York 20 years. First of all, a guy just walking with an AR-15 in New York is one of the craziest. That never happens in fucking New York. But this guy drove from LA to
see, and that's the thing. Like, it's these very heightened, violent things are happening. So that is, I would deem terrorism. Okay, that's a terrorist, and they're creating terror. Whether they're driving their vehicle through a crowd, whether it's a explosive device, whether it's hacking. Okay, these are all terrorists. So and not even like the terrorism to wake people up. Okay, so it's not even that. It's chaos. It's that whole chaos magic. Create the ending. So, how you get to paradise is that you got to usher in hell. Seems that that's what they think. I don't know. But old Kurt,
Do that because craziest. That never happens in fucking New York. But this guy drove from LA to do that because he's mad about CTE in football from when he played high school football, and goes to Blackstone on the.
Okay, so but that's got to be like, that's got to be drug induced, right? I mean, with these, yeah, it it's affecting people, so they just go off the rails. I mean, or is this MK Ultra? You know, they used to reserve it for the echelon. Now it's mass. But he's saying that a lot of them, they have ties to like their psychologists. Their parents are psychologists here
in fucking New York. But this guy drove from LA with a crazy Blackstone shooting in New York where the guy drove.
Yeah,
ain't heard from his parents. That's the Trump ear shooter kid with the hair lip.
Yeah,
ain't heard from his parents ever since that thing, and they scrubbed the house. And Cash Patel said nothing to see here. The crazy Blackstone shooting in New York where the guy drove from LA to New York with an AR-15. I live in New York 20 years. First of all, a guy just walking with an AR-15 in New York is one of the craziest. That never happens in fucking New York. But this guy drove from LA to do that because he's mad about CTE in football from when he played high school football, and goes to Blackstone.
Yeah, I'm
on the
not sure
33rd floor, by the way. They said he meant to go to the 32nd, but he actually went to the 33rd floor.
There it is.
By the way, that woman that got shot, that hit the gas and the guy popped her, and it was 33rd Street. That's the street.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
What is this?
Okay. Now that's wild. Now, I mean, do you think, based on what he's saying and what he said before about what the school shootings are about, he's basically saying that you could, it doesn't take too far of a reach to conclude that shooting could have very well have been planned out. That they were at least planning on accelerating things. So, but again, he had the incident with another truck, or another being dragged by another vehicle, and I'm just assuming that that's real footage. Same way I'm just assuming the Venezuelan boats being blown up is real footage and not fake. But seeing that, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but let's take it back here. Something about footage.
They hit the gas and the guy popped her, and
that guy.
It was 33rd.
Oh yes. So, and it was on 33rd Street. So he's basically saying that could have been planned out. That they were, if it wasn't her, somebody was going to get it. and specifically on that street too. So that's a pretty big coincidence. And usually I'm all about the coincidences. But that would mean that there was an ICE member who was set out to do something like that, which would only accelerate things, which would then, create this cascade effect to then create martial law, do the incitement, or what's the act, incitement act or whatever. So yeah, after January 6th, yeah, the Insurrection Act, yes, thank you. And yeah, so I mean that would be some Freemason stuff right there. I mean, if that's what that is. But again, and I mentioned before too, I heard I heard with this, the submarine thing with James Cameron, that one of the news people mentioning 33 having to do something with either they had like 33 minutes left of oxygen left, or something. So, and what happened with that submarine thing? I mean, that seems like what that seems like what Jeff Bezos wished would have happened during that little space launch that he did with with the pop singer Katy Perry and his wife and a bunch of other people. Did you see how flimsy that door was? Okay, that seemed like that should have, like, I think he was expecting that to not survive the trip, and he was but yeah, no, I'm sure the whole thing was actually staged. They just went in a big airplane that Tom Cruise uses all the time to levitate because he's a harmonizer, and they just do free fall in the airplane, and everything was staged. But yeah, so here we are. I'm getting off track. Sorry, folks, but just having a little fun here. And Professor Yang finally Kurt finally cracked Professor Yang, and he gave a little smile. Smiling about school shooters. Wow.
Second, but he actually went to the 33rd floor.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yeah, they
he
take
went
it
to the 32nd. Goes to Blackstone. On the 33rd floor, by the way. They said he meant to go to the 32nd, but he actually went to the 33rd floor. Oh, by the way, that woman that got shot, that hit the gas and the guy popped her, and it was 33rd Street. That's the street.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
What is this? Like,
That's
why
why. Yeah.
to throw it out there that much, where I have to like notice it is astonishing to me. Like I'm like, are they really?
Yeah,
like,
Titanic or Titan.
is something been sped up and it's hasty now? Because it, they used to let these marinate before they hit you with another one.
Yeah, you know,
They have been accelerating, and so much has been happening, and I think it's causing all that MK Ultra trauma to people. There's you can sense it on people, and then they live in that state of fear and make irrational choices. So, you gotta not look through the lens of fear. So, trying to keep you in a state of fear, and then you'll be just dependent on them. But there's a lot of stuff happening out there, so you do gotta be safe.
Hasty now because it,
But
they used to
it
let
is
these
happening.
marinate before they hit you with another.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
You know, I have to say, like, the Charlie Kirk shooting, it seemed like 9/11,
exactly.
but like a really bad sequel to 9/11, right? It had all the like components of 9/11 and wanted to turn it like this major national spectacle, but they were like lazy and incompetent about it.
Well, he was trying. Yeah, well, I think
right, because they weren't really surprised that it had happened, and they're just carrying on as usual. I mean, yeah. I mean, just that incident alone. There's so much to just that. I mean, I couldn't imagine how people felt I mean, I can now, but I mean, just imagine how people felt during all JFK, okay, and all those people that are saying, wait, something's a little bit off, okay. So now everyone says, okay, we got our JFK in our generation because it's just so wild. And but you shouldn't say that. It's hack to say that someone is someone else. So it is his thing, but it's very JFK-esque. And that's where the whole conspiracy theory came from. That was CIA's invented word. Their magic with a K, way to split reality and make you think that you're crazy for questioning and not believing stuff. And but yeah, now we're all into all these revolutions, these movements that are happening, and revolutions are going to be that are starting everywhere, and they just seem like they're just a carbon copy of a revolution from the past. So
I think, like I said, I didn't give that guy enough credit because the bottom line is he must have been sincerely figuring some shit out. Well, why would they kill him?
Yeah.
So, I never had that. I don't really have anything hanging over me like that as a clown for a living. But it's what I'm fascinated by now is the amount of the reason I believe the crazier maybe sounding things now is because the effort to make me not able to listen to it is so much. That Fort Hawktua that Candace Owens said that what's their head went to, Erica Kerp went to. For that to be such a big deal for a minute in the news is really crazy. And that's an MK Ultra base, by the way, Fort Huachaka. And Candace just blasted a bunch of more information about it today. And I watched certain people get real upset about her mentioning that bass. It didn't make any sense to me because, like, who?
Oh man, Janvier, he's got okay, and they did it on 9/10. Okay, right. So that's when Charlie Kirk was assassinated or taken from us or put into protective custody. Whatever, whatever happened. And JFK was 11/12. I mean, here's a little bit of numerology, and he pulled a 33 from the 11 and the 22. Oh, I said 12, didn't I? 11/22. So JFK was 11/22. 11/22. Oh, it was November. Wow. 33. It's wild because again, it's like this little digital footprint that's within the matrix, and if it's all geometry. Our whole existence is a geometric pattern. But I will say, we are forced into squares and rectangles. Okay. Everything around me, even within this whole screen, everything is a square and a rectangle. You barely see curves, and they finally curved these to create a little bit of separation, a little bit of nature within man. Okay, curve is nature. It's the feminine, the hard lines and the straight lines like that. That's masculine, male. So everything that we've been fed for the past 30 years has all been squares and boxes and all that. And there was a time where things were round. Nature is a spiral. Okay? There's curves. And things are man-made. It's just a line. So when you get back in the circle, they all 60 degrees. Okay, that 45 puts you in a prison. But we do like to raise the 45s. If you go full 60, you just a lick of La Shalina. A little bit of angle talk. I'll do a little bit of my recaps of the slogans that I might continue to say. But got to come up with some new ones. There's just so much to just in this this segment of this clip. He's giving us a lot here.
Candace just blasted a bunch of more information about it today, and I watched certain people get real upset about her mentioning that bass. It didn't make any sense to me because, like, who? What did she smear a good bass? Who gives a shit? So there's something there. I don't understand. I would like to figure out how John Mappin.
Whoa, that's the same day that C.S. Lewis and Aldous Huxley died. No way. 1963? So that year too? Wow. Wait, JFK, C.S. Lewis, and Aldous Huxley all died on the same day? What? Okay, so we gotta go watch the Gemstone Files, Control-Alt-History Gemstone Files, because I'm pretty sure he talks about that. He talks about, he at least talks about mafia hits, and that they're always in threes. Wow. One of my favorite things is to watch old Aldous Huxley interviews. Him and Eric Fromm. The old interviews from not Brian Gumble, but another guy. It looks so great too. I mean, I suppose I could pull it up, but it's all black and white, and they're smoking from the 1950s. Great interview. But wow, all three of them died. Oof. Okay. Well, okay. Yeah, we'll watch Gemstones another day. Or are you talking about watch? Sorry, sometimes you got to be real specific with me, because I'll think it's 100 different things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, okay. Watch those interviews are different. Yeah. Okay. So let's stay on track here, and but I would like to maybe, instead of doing the Nick Reiner thing with Control-Alt-History, we'll do the Gemstone thing, because he'll talk about the what's his name, Onassis. I always forget his first name. But yeah. All right, here we go.
Because that's who introduced, I thought, Erica Kirk to Charlie Kirk in Israel, and that's who her benefactor is. Candace's is John Mappin. He's a Scientologist who lives in a castle.
Wait. So the same one that introduced Charlie Kirk, or to introduce Candace to her husband too? Hold on a second.
I don't understand. I would like to figure out how John Mappin, because
okay.
that's who introduced, I thought, Erica Kirk to Charlie Kirk in Israel, and that's who her benefactor is. Candace's is John Mappin. He's a Scientologist who lives in a castle, and he was mad, and I'm with him on this point. Let me just be fair to John Mappin. They're telling him he has to house illegal immigrants in his castle. England was, and he was like, why do I have to do that? And we had a whole Revolutionary War over shit like that. So I get John Mappin's feelings on it, but also he's weirdly into King Arthur and weird shit, and also Scientology is goddamn Mooneyism for the way they like. Are all these people controlled? I just wait to hear when I can hear they're lying. That's all I'm listening for. You can say whatever you want to me, and you can lie, but I want to hear all your data so I can compare it.
No, it's really interesting how this entire narrative is just blow up in their face, right? Because like you remember, like after Charlie Kirk shooting,
Aristole, yes,
the Pentagon had all these commercials ready to recruit Americans to join the military to fight these wars to avenge Charlie Kirk, and they had to pull it back because people were outraged. And now, like this Erica Kirk tour, it's blown up in their face. There was this recent town hall between Barry Weiss and Erica Kirk, and
It was fantastic.
It was just
you didn't think it was a good town hall?
I mean, like the fact that they have to now to use like Barry Weiss, okay,
Wow,
who is this incompetent shill, right? She's just dumb. It just
mid. I'll give her a real mid level. I know I've met her. She's very nice. I'm astonished the amount of money that would go into making her in charge. Almost like there's no way she's in charge and someone else is in charge. Is how it looks to me.
Right. So I think it's a level of desperation in that they have to use Barry Weiss, who everyone thinks is incompetent. I mean, and right now there's at CBS News, there's just this revolt, a newsroom revolt against her. The fact that Larry Ellison, who for like decades could hide behind the shadows, right? And now he has to like show up and actually take control. It just shows like the narrative is falling apart, but at the same time, it shows us there's a script in place, and they have to follow the script to its end, even though like they know that it's a bomb in the box office when actually,
So I wasn't quite following too much of what he was doing there. Oh, that's wild. And his middle name was Socrates. What? Aristotle Socrates. Okay, yeah. Let's check that out, because wow, this is a good one too. We're only 45 minutes into an hour and 52 minute derp. Okay, so we'll check back with them, and let's head over to Control History. Was that my window? Okay. Thank you, Kurt Metzger. Okay. I like it when you open those passageways, because now we get to explore something. He will definitely, and same thing with that Paranoid American one. There's topics in there that I'm like, well, I would like to read up on that. Like, what? You guys are saying crazy stuff here. So let's see if we can go to the channel here and pull up the Gemstone one, because in my opinion, that, especially if you're new to Control History, that's a go-to. Right here. So this is a year ago, but this is a very detailed synopsis of JFK, of Aristole Onassis, of Howard Hughes, and Jackie Kennedy, which then became Jackie Onassis. Okay. And there's a lot of things that had happened. Things that had happened before JFK's assassination that made it seem like Aristole Onassis was becoming a bit possessive of Jackie. And they were seen together. And I guess one time in particular on a boat. So, but this is because, again, you have like the Howard Hughes ties into it, Kennedy and Aristole Onassis. So let's take a look at this one. See if we can
form like it was really.
Because and then he talks about mafia ties too. It's got everything.
Maybe you've heard of him.
Okay, I'm gonna, and also, that I believe it's might be this guy, Aristotle Onassis, that they did. Was it a GoldenEye villain off of him, or James Bond? It like it or Casino Royale or something. I think it was Casino Royale villain was based off of this guy, or something. There's James Bond stuff in this too. So basically, the James Bond series started because of the person who wrote it was associated with all this. I'm pretty sure that's what, yeah. But let me bring it back here. Okay, so here we are. Control History's The Gemstone File. The greatest conspiracy theory ever. A deep dive into the Gemstone Files, 1975. You got me reading. How dare you?
Conspiracy theory of all time, and it's definitely a conspiracy theory. I feel like a lot of times the term conspiracy theory is used to describe things that aren't conspiracies and they're not theories. But the Gemstone File is definitely a conspiracy theory, and it's been called the greatest one of all time. So, what is it? It was like a 20-page document that gained popularity around the 1970s, and it was written by a man who claimed that he was majorly connected to a group of very rich, very powerful people who essentially controlled the world. And because of these connections, he knew the true story behind Watergate, the JFK assassination, the Robert Kennedy assassination, the disappearance of Howard Hughes, a whole bunch of things. And he wrote this this paper called the Gemstone File to reveal the true story of all these events. And I already did one video on the Gemstone File. It was kind of like a 20-minute long overview that just kind of covered some of the main points and the main things that the Gemstone File talks about. This will be more of a deep dive into it, and it'll just kind of go through it entry by entry. It's arranged in chronological order, covering events from like the late 1930s up to the mid 1970s. And so this video will just kind of go through each entry and see if there's, documentation, newspaper archives, things like that that can substantiate some of these claims that are being made in the Gemstone File, because there's a lot of really incredible claims that are being made. So we'll just kind of give a quick minute-long overview to start things off, and then we'll jump into the actual Gemstone File. So this guy is Aristotle Onassis. Maybe you've heard of him, maybe you haven't. A lot of people know him as the guy who married Jackie Kennedy after JFK's death, but there's way more to him than that. This guy was a freaking animal. So first of all, he was one of the richest people in the world at the time.
And they all have
he lived on a
islands.
private island in the Mediterranean Sea. It was named Scorpios. You can find more pictures of this place online. It is like,
Wow, look at that. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's nice. I was actually thinking it was a bit bigger than that. But still nice. Still nice.
incredible. It's the most incredible residence you've ever seen. He owned a 300-foot yacht that was the biggest yacht in the world at the time, and it's considered like the world's first super yacht. You can find pictures of that as well. It's incredible. He owned the Monte Carlo Casino the Casino Royale Casino in Monte Carlo.
Okay, Casino
And this was
Royale.
described as the most luxurious casino in the world at the time. He owned the Olympic Tower in New York City and Olympic Airlines, which was a big airline. And it's claimed he made all this money. He was a big shipping guy. He had a huge shipping empire. and he made all his money shipping oil and other things. And that's kind of like the quote unquote official story.
Okay. Now imagine that. Okay, so he's shipping things. Okay, so now we all know how people are trafficked. So I mean, imagine having fleets of these. Wow.
Of how he made all his money. But according to the Gemstone file, he was the worldwide head of the mafia. He was basically the most powerful man alive, the guy
head of
behind
the
the
mafia.
scenes who was influencing and orchestrating things for the mafia.
And he's got them eyes. Now he is looking up, but a lot of white underneath. I mean, I got to make sure I know what it's actually about. I mean, I think it's because they, you know, experienced trauma and something else. But so the white on the bottom, then there's the ones that white on the top. Okay, those are the crazy ones. So he's head of the mafia, or he's running things because he's got it all. He's got transportation. He's got shipping. He's got airlines. Did he own a newspaper? Did he own a spaceship? Okay, we're in spaceship land now. Okay, our mafiosos, are doing spaceships.
And it's claimed, Gemstone claims at least, that he made all his money selling drugs. He was basically the world's biggest drug supplier, heroin in particular, opium.
Damn cargo container.
And it's not really that much of a stretch to imagine that this was indeed the case. Aristole Onassis' official story is that he was penniless at 18. He was totally broke. And then he moved to Argentina, and he lived there for about a decade, and whatever happened in Argentina turned him from being penniless to being one of the richest people in the world. And then he moved back to the Greece area, or he moved to Scorpios, rather. And, this map is kind of like the main drug trade routes at the time. The opium always originated in like the Turkey Mediterranean area where Aristole Onassis lived, and then either went to the U.S. or one of the main routes was down to Argentina. And again, Aristole Onassis moved to Argentina when he was 18 years old. So to go from the area producing most of the opium to one of the main ports for where this opium went, and to go from penniless to being one of the richest people on earth, it's not a stretch at all to imagine that drugs were the source of his wealth. And then real quick here, the Gemstone File was written by this guy. His name is Bruce Roberts. He lived a really fascinating life. So he was one of the top jewelry designers in Hollywood throughout the 1940s and early 1950s. And he was a real expert in crystallography. And he developed a way to create artificial gemstones, artificial diamonds, like in a lab. And apparently the gemstones that he would create were just of just the purest form. Like they were really good. And so gemstones, diamonds, were vital components for lasers. And lasers were like one of the big technologies, emerging technologies of this era. They were going to revolutionize the world. And Hughes Aerospace, owned by Howard Hughes, was one of the companies that was really doing a lot with lasers. Bruce Roberts ended up working with Hughes Aerospace because his gemstones, it just saved a lot of money to be able to create gemstones in a lab as opposed to mining them, which took a lot of time and a lot of money. And so he started working with Hughes Aerospace, and
the significance of using these stones and crystals with lasers is because of how it refracts the laser, or that you can charge it. What about the crystal? What is it about? What characteristics of the crystal is it that is important for this laser technology? Why are you trying to zap crystals? Trying to see the fifth dimension? What's happening? Yeah, light manipulation. Yeah, so the whole refraction, the drawing a blank on the old that band, the old Pink Floyd band. Trying to make a Pink Floyd cover. But now with all that laser technology, now they can get you from afar.
Hughes Aerospace and Howard Hughes factor prominently into the story that's told in the Gemstone File. And so because Bruce Roberts had access to some of the really high up people at Hughes Aerospace, it's believed that...
Yes, everything we know about the universe is dependent on light. Yes, so so do you think that they're trying to, when they're doing this, now that they're also, getting speed tests and all this, but yeah, it kind of, like it kind of reminds me of like you're trying to open up a portal or something. If you hit something, and then it can kind of create a tear in the fabric of reality or something. But yeah, like the photons. So, and I guess, I mean, that's what everything, Wi-Fi and broadcast and all that. It's these packets of information being shot out and being picked up from somewhere else. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So dark matter. Okay. So the stuff we don't know is now being studied, and we're learning about dark matter and dark energy. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. And it seems that isn't there something where both sound and light kind of share the same properties, and they're both waves, or yeah, but they're, yeah. that gets into the whole quantum physics and all that too, and like I know that there's something with sound too. I mean, you know, with the sound frequencies and vibrations, you can, you know, cause things to vibrate, possibly levitate, and electric magnetic EMS spectrum. Okay. Oh, that would be considered string theory. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can get into that. I can get into all that model making. You know, like making different mental models of what an atom is. Big old mesh. Where you get to see the web, this thin layer that covers the world that we're in. Yeah. I think then with laser technology, it's a way to kind of break through that or something, you know, like where you can kind of peek behind the old curtain. And I mean, I remember too all those old Warner Brother cartoons of the bunny, you know, what's up, Doc? And it was always them like having a black hole, like this. They would have a black circle and just throw it, and then people would fall through it, or they would put it up on a wall and then they could walk through it. It was like an ongoing gag throughout, you know, I suppose the 70s and 80s. Seems like, and heavily in the Disney cartoons, there's a lot of that. So, you know, Disney was involved in all that. You know, so he's trying to show a little bit of what old NASA has been developing, been making black holes, bending the light. So, yeah. Oh yes, the Roadrunner and the Coyote. Yeah, yeah, probably way more, in probably the Tom and Jerry ones too, maybe. But yeah, probably. It always seems like it was around a highway scene, old Route 66. All right, here we go. But yeah, you know, all this kind of stuff and the whole, you know, you know, the superimposed position, and there needs to be an observer. So he's completely quantified right now. He is the observer and setting the trajectory of the photons into one singular position instead of cascade into a wave pattern.
some of the high up people were the ones feeding him information about what was really happening with Howard Hughes.
And look how well built these headphones are. You know, these are the, you know, you show this picture to Kurt Metzger and he's going to have PTSD from the GATE program. They always love talking about the headphones. But just like how Kurt Metzger was never in the GATE program, we are never going to have nice quality like that anymore. That's some good old quality. Now, the mechanism and the capabilities of the technology itself might not have been the best, but as far as hardware, you know, our manufacturing used to be pretty spot on. We spared no expense. Things were much cheaper. Now people are getting wooden pallets and making things with it, calling it art. Okay. We are degrading as a society. Okay. We're not building the temples that we once were. We have become micro in the macro. But those are some big old headphones. Noise canceling. Yeah, exactly. This picture might have been actually taken like last year, and they just made it look all vintage.
People around him. And then Bruce Roberts also was married to the daughter of the French consulate to Indochina. So his father-in-law was the French consulate to Indochina. This is the region where most of the opium originated from the opium fields. And then this is supposedly how Aristole and Onassis made all his money, was getting opium from this region and shipping it all around the world. And so apparently it was kind of an open secret, or it was common knowledge among the politicians in this area about the opium trade and who was involved, but they all either turned a blind eye to it or just remained quiet out of fear. And so it's believed Bruce Roberts' father-in-law also was passing him information.
I mean, isn't it still about the opium?
And then lastly, so basically Bruce Roberts started writing about all these things he was learning. Initially, his files were over 1,000 pages long, and another writer named Stephanie Caruana read his files and condensed it into a 20-page document. And this is the document that really became pretty popular throughout the 1970s. It first appeared right around like 1975 on college campuses and in underground groups. And then from there, people would print it off,
Present day
pass it to their
Vietnam.
friends. Those friends would pass it to other friends. And it just kind of spread throughout the nation that way. It was a pretty popular document back in the day, but it's kind of been forgotten about since then. So anyway, let's jump into it. So this is the very first entry for the Gemstone file.
Okay, so he's saying that the other guy created this file to basically talk about everything that had happened. Basically, just like the Chappelle Show one, where it's that from Pike Sky or TV, where that conspiracy guy. You mentioned there too. All right, here we go. I'll let it play for a little bit while he gets the intro here.
And it says, Onassis, a Greek drug pusher and ship owner who made his first million selling Turkish tobacco in Argentina, worked out a profitable deal with Joseph Kennedy, Eugene Meyer, and Meyer Lansky. Onassis would ship booze directly into Boston for Joseph Kennedy. Also involved was a heroin deal with Franklin and Elliott Roosevelt. So first off, Joe Kennedy, JFK's dad, was definitely connected to the mob. That's pretty well known. There's been a number of books written about, how corrupt he was and a lot of the very unsavory people that he was friends with. And it's always been believed that he made a lot of his money bootlegging alcohol during Prohibition.
Mm.
Some people deny that's the case, but a lot of people believe that is the case. And one interesting thing about Joe Kennedy is in 1937, he became chairman of this thing called the United States Maritime Commission. And one of their roles, one of the responsibilities that they had was selling excess United States like ships, naval ships, things like that. And it just so happened that a lot of these ships ended up being sold to Aristole Onassis and some other Greek shipping people for just like bargain rates, like dirt cheap rates. So Joe Kennedy and Aristole Onassis definitely knew
Wow.
each other. Joe Kennedy's Maritime Commission was the one that sold Aristole Onassis these ships for dirt cheap prices that helped him build his shipping empire. And then the second part of this initial gemstone entry says also involved was a heroin deal with Franklin and Elliott Roosevelt. Now that's obviously a pretty explosive claim. Franklin Roosevelt was obviously the president of the United States. But interestingly,
Wow.
Franklin
Okay.
Roosevelt's grandfather was this guy, Warren Delano, who is like one of the all-time biggest drug dealers in the history of the country. He just made an absolute fortune. I guess he smuggled opium into China. So again, it involves opium. And so, on the surface, something like Franklin Roosevelt being involved in heroin might sound pretty crazy or might sound hard to believe, but the fact that his grandfather was involved in this, I don't think it is that much of a stretch to imagine that.
And the same thing happened with was it Bushes? I know Clinton was involved while he was in Arkansas, help smuggling in drugs with for the CIA. There I said for CIA.
He could have just gone into the family business and made money that way. So here's the second entry. Eugene Meyer buys the Washington Post to get control of the news media. Other mafia buys up other papers, broadcasting, TV, etc. And news censorship of all major news media goes into effect. And this did happen around this time. Most of the major newspapers started getting sold. Eugene Meyer did buy the Washington Post. And interestingly, Eugene Meyer was chairman of the Federal Reserve before he bought the Washington Post. And then Eugene Meyer's daughter was Catherine Meyer. Catherine Graham, who ran the Washington Post forever, and she's celebrated in a bunch of movies. Next entry is World War II was very profitable for Onassis, Rockefeller, Kennedy's, Roosevelt's, I.G. Farben, etc. Onassis selling arms, oil, and dope to both sides, went through the war without losing a single ship or man. All right, so this is where it starts getting good, and we get into the Howard Hughes stuff. So Howard Hughes, a Texas millionaire, is meanwhile buying his way towards control of the U.S. electoral process with a view towards his own personal gain. He buys senators, governors, etc., and he finally buys his last politician, the newly elected Vice President Richard Nixon, via a $250,000 non-repayable loan to Richard Nixon's brother Donald. And so Howard Hughes plays a really prominent role throughout the Gemstone Files. So we'll just talk about him really briefly here in case you're unfamiliar with him. Basically, throughout the 1930s and 40s, Howard Hughes was like the world's biggest celebrity. He was the world's biggest inventor, and he was one of the richest people in the world. He was like Elon Musk crossed with like Brad Pitt or Leonardo DiCaprio. He ran multiple billion-dollar companies that were involved in everything from building planes to offshore drilling to his medical institute, which was doing like a lot of cutting edge medical research. Howard Hughes was an avid flyer, and he set multiple world records for speed, and these were all in planes that he built himself. And this was like a big deal back in the day, like flying around the globe and seeing who could have the fastest trip around the globe. For whatever reason, people back then were like obsessed with this. And anytime Howard Hughes would embark on one of his trips, it was just constantly front page news. They would constantly print updates in the newspaper. And whenever he got back, there was just these massive parades with thousands of people and he was there right in the middle of it all, waving like a politician and going through the streets. He also owned TWA, which was one of the biggest airlines at the time. And as a fun little side hustle, he bought a movie studio. He owned RKO Pictures, which was one of the 5 biggest movie studios at the time.
I mean, wow. I mean, and you can see that happening now. You know, there's people that are doing all that stuff now, but let me take it back here just a little bit, and that's right, the traveling around the world. So was this during the day or during the time when the Around the World in 80 Days was written? Because it did seem that everything was all about that during this period of time. Prescott Bush, yeah, and George H.W. Bush, worse, and worse, yeah. They got the whole trifecta. But yeah, everything was about that, and let's take a look at
All waving like a politician, going through the streets. He also
sorry, just trying to zoom in on that.
There, right in the middle of it all.
Wow. And look at those buildings. This is New York or Chicago?
Waving like a politician and going through the streets. He also owned TWA, which was one of the biggest airlines at the time. And as a fun little side hustle, he bought a movie studio. He owned RKO Pictures, which was one of the 5 biggest movie studios at the time. And he just kind of started producing movies. And again, it was just kind of like a side hustle. He was more focused on his
Palantir Pictures presents
businesses, but he just figured, what the hell, I'll buy a movie studio and start making movies. And another thing about him is he's like an all-time womanizer. If you look at his Wikipedia page, the list of ladies, A-list actresses, and other well-known ladies, list of people he was involved with is so long it takes up 3 lines. He was just constantly photographed with women, constantly moving from one woman to the next. And his Hughes Aerospace company is really interesting because this was basically the Tesla of the day. They were doing all this cutting edge research and experiments on the early stages of like space exploration. And one of the things they were really involved with was laser technology. Laser technology was going to be this incredible technology that was going to.
And but before this, he was saying that Howard Hughes was with all the women, but even Control of History, he put out another this other video about them using women as MK Ultra assassins. So think again when you criticize the work of Emma Stone. Watch out.
Revolutionized the world. And as we mentioned, Bruce Roberts was who wrote the Gemstone File, had created these gemstones, these diamonds that he could create in a lab, and they were of such high quality that he started working with Hughes Aerospace in their laser research. And so that's supposedly how he got a lot of the information that he includes in the Gemstone File. So basically the point is Howard Hughes, up until the mid 1950s, was absolutely everywhere. He was the biggest celebrity, the biggest inventor. Everyone knew him, everyone admired him. And then Gemstone also mentioned that basically his...
I just wanted to say too, okay, what a beautiful presentation this is. This is so much, I mean, not so much information, but this is a wealth of information. And this is what I'm saying. While I love Control History's setup, or what he does, just showing these, these stills and these old newspaper clippings and all. I mean, just kind of brings you back. But it's nice to kind of see this and now the flashy stuff all the time. So that's why I like his pace. I like Control History's pace. And so it's, not like a PowerPoint, or it's kind of feels a bit like a PowerPoint, but done well. So thank you, Control History.
Admired him. And then Gemstone also mentioned that basically his thing that he was focused on right now, or at this time, I think it's 1956, was he was just constantly buying off and paying off politicians in order to get like favorable things passed for his companies. And one of the things he did do, and this was, kind of a big deal at the time, or actually it was years later that it was revealed, but he did give Richard Nixon's brother, Donald Nixon, a $250,000 non-repayable loan, which, non-repayable loan is basically a bribe. That's a fancy way of saying a bribe. And the reason that became such a big issue, what kind of leads into this next entry in the Gemstone File. So in early 1957, Vice President Nixon repays the favor for the $250,000 non-repayable loan by having the IRS Treasury grant tax-free status refused twice before to Hughes Medical Foundation, the sole owner of Hughes Aircraft, creating a tax-free, non-accountable money funnel for whatever Hughes wanted to do. And the U.S. government also shoved antitrust suits against Hughes's TWA, etc. And this did happen. He basically restructured his company. So this Howard Hughes Medical Institute was the owner of each one of his companies, and he constantly tried to get tax-free status for this Hughes Medical Institute. It was constantly rejected.
It's like a
then after he gave Richard Nixon's brother this loan, Howard Hughes Medical Institute was approved for tax-free status. So now all his profits from all his companies was under this medical institute umbrella, and he wasn't getting taxed on it. Okay, so this is where it gets really good. So in March 1957, Aristole Onassis carries out a carefully planned event. He has Hughes kidnapped from his bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel using Hughes' own men, Chester Davis, born Cesare in Sicily, etc. Hughes' men either quit, get fired, or stay on in the new Onassis organization. A few days later, Mayor Conan of Nevada, now Senator Conan, arranges a fake marriage to Jean Peters to explain Hughes' sudden loss of interest in chasing movie stars. Hughes, battered and brain damaged in the scuffle, is taken to the Emerald Isle Hotel in the Bahamas, where the entire top floor has been rented for the Hughes party. There he is shot full of heroin for 30 days and later dragged off to a cell on Onassis' island Scorpios. Onassis now has a much larger power base in the U.S., the Hughes Empire, as well as control over VP Nixon and other Hughes purchased politicians. And then
So Onassis basically kidnapped his competition. Wow.
Wayne Rector, Hughes' double since 1957, becomes Hughes.
Okay, hold on a second. I gotta take this back.
To Gene Peters to explain Hughes' sudden loss of interest in chasing hotel, using Hughes' own men, Chester Davis.
Okay, so he got kidnapped by his own people. They're paid by Onassis. Wow.
Okay, so this is where it gets really good. So in March 1957,
Dude, a complete
Aristole
takeover.
Onassis carries out a carefully planned event. He has Hughes kidnapped from his bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel, using Hughes' own men, Chester Davis, born Cesare in Sicily, etc. Hughes' men either quit, get fired, or stay on in the new Onassis organization. A few days later, Mayor Conan of Nevada, now Senator Conan, arranges a fake marriage to Gene Peters to explain Hughes' sudden loss of interest in chasing movie stars. Hughes, battered and brain damaged in the scuffle, is taken to the Emerald Isle Hotel in the Bahamas, where the entire top floor has been rented for the Hughes party. There he is shot full of heroin for 30 days and later dragged off to a cell on Onassis' island Scorpios. Onassis now has a...
What? On his island? I was trying to hear about how he might have had brain damage from the scuffle. What? Oh my God, what's happening?
Battered and brain damaged in the scuffle is taken to the Emerald Isle Hotel in the Bahamas, where the entire top floor has been rented for the Hughes party. There he is shot full of heroin for 30 days and later dragged off to a cell on Onassis' island Scorpios. Onassis now has a much larger power base in the U.S., the Hughes Empire, as well as control over VP Nixon and other Hughes purchased politicians. And then L. Wayne Rector, Hughes' double since 1957.
So do you think they did the heroin thing to use it as like a truth serum? I mean, you'd be dozing off. Which I'm sure that was what they were wanting, but were they trying to get information out of him, or just shoot him up with heroin? Because the psychiatrist during the Charles Manson case had dosed up this one guy, and he acted all crazy in the court or something. Keep him sedated. Okay, so Jean-Pierre, just keep him quiet, keep him sedated. Because I'm thinking like the agents and the Matrix, got the whole syringe shooting them up with stuff that makes you talk. But yeah, keep them sedated and just a complete power takeover. Just
Comes Hughes.
I mean, and do you think? I mean, it seems that this happened. Okay, and because he even says doubles. Okay, like body doubles, and this is why I think that happens to, possibly it could happen to actors or something, that we're actually seeing their body double. Okay, and people don't like to think that, Dave Chappelle's a clone or anything like that, but if not Dave Chappelle, one of them's got to be a clone. One of them's got to be. I mean, even Kendrick Lamar is looking a little too shiny. Okay. Wearing the glasses and hoodie over his head. Look a little too perfect. Okay. But we'll see. We'll see. So, I mean, they did it back then. They can do it now.
So this is obviously pretty explosive. And the interesting in L. Wayne Rector, Hughes' double since 1950. Hughes purchased politicians. And then L. Wayne Rector, Hughes' double since 1957, becomes Hughes. So this is obviously pretty explosive. And the interesting thing is this entry says this was in March 1957. And right around this time, something really strange happened in.
See, and this happened to Jamie Foxx. Okay, he went missing. What happened to Britney Spears? She went missing. And then they take over their estate.
That Howard Hughes vanished off the face of the earth. And I'm convinced that the disappearance of Howard Hughes, this is the absolute
This is great.
strangest story I have ever heard. I'm going to do a full video on it at some point that just kind of goes into it all because it is the weirdest thing of all time. It was claimed that he just kind of went crazy and locked himself away from everyone, and he turned into this big germaphobe and refused to interact with people and just lived out of his like hotel room. And he eventually supposedly died in 1976. And even when he died, there were all these articles about how he hadn't been seen in public since 1953, hadn't been seen in public since the mid 1950s. So essentially, he just vanished off the face of the earth around the mid 1950s, which is exactly when the Gemstone File claims that Aristole Onassis actually kidnapped Hughes and held him as a prisoner on his island. And so obviously the fact that, one of the most famous, most well-known people in the world could be kidnapped and held as a prisoner for, almost 2 decades seems pretty hard to believe, but there was so much weird stuff going on with Howard Hughes around this time. So one thing was this John Meyer guy. This guy was kind of like a legend in his own right. He was Howard Hughes's, officially at least, he was Howard Hughes's press agent. Unofficially, he was the guy who was basically this humongous party animal who took out politicians and other rich people on behalf of Hughes all the time and allegedly hooked him up with like prostitutes and women. And this guy, you can kind of find stories about him if you Google him. He's usually known as Johnny Meyer. And apparently he was just kind of a legend. And he was considered the second in command in Howard Hughes's empire up until the mid 1950s when, surprisingly, he went to work for Aristole Onassis. This is the two of them in this picture. So this Johnny Meyer guy, who was Hughes' second in command, went to work for Aristole Onassis. This guy was Noah Dietrich. He was Hughes' right-hand man. He was like the guy who ran all his business empires. He left in 1957. So if you remember the Gemstone entry, it said that everyone in the Hughes organization was either fired or they quit or they were just bought out to turn a blind eye to what was going on. And so what happened was after Johnny Meyer here and Noah Dietrich left, this group called the Mormon Mafia moved in and basically controlled the Howard Hughes empire. And not a lot is known about these guys. They were said to be in the 2 decades from the mid 1950s up until he died. They were said to be the only people who ever interacted with Howard Hughes. And it's really hard to find that much info about these guys. One of the head guy of the Mormon Mafia was named Frank William Gay, and actually his family, his relatives, were featured on this Real Housewives of Salt Lake City show, in case you watched that. And then, so the Mormon Mafia came in to control the Hughes Empire right around the time that Gemstone says he was kidnapped. And something else that happened was this guy, Robert Mayhew, came in and he became basically the overseer of the entire Hughes campaign. This guy had major connections to the Mafia, which we'll get into because this guy is really fascinating, and he played.
Wow. I mean, I gotta. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not until probably a little later on that he talks about. Oh, yeah, here it is right now. JFK. But you kind of almost need this backstory. Let's see. This is that. Well, I was going to say, maybe just watch it on your own, but it would be nice to get to that JFK, but I would like to, because I'm pretty sure he does tie some things into it before he gets into the JFK thing.
He's
But
amazing.
then we can maybe see what else we got here, or maybe wrap it up or something. But there's so much information that he's giving, and I'm trying to process it all and react, but it seems to be more thinking that it's unbelievable. Just like, man, it's crazy that, I mean, and again, all this stuff is happening now. But they are, I mean, I could imagine just kidnapping your old competition there, or whatever. I mean, he was definitely helping out the Mafia. And I'm sure old Twinkle Toes Hughes here was embarking on someone else's territory or something. So they basically had to put a stop to it.
Role in this, but the interesting thing is he controlled Howard Hughes's empire for 15 years, and he never once met Howard Hughes. They only worked together via memos. So it's just really, this whole Howard Hughes thing is the absolute strangest thing. I'm totally going to do a full video on this because, I mean, there's just so many bizarre aspects to this. This is another thing that's very interesting. So these pictures ran in a Canadian newspaper. They were taken by a tourist, and this is Aristole Onassis' island, Scorpios.
Yeah, so
and
insane.
This really old, really like seemingly frail man being helped out of a wheelchair and being helped to walk. And these ran in a Canadian newspaper, wondering if this was Howard Hughes. And these are some of the quotes from that article. So the top one is just the guy who took the photos. I took the photos from a cruise ship, Oriana. We passed close to Scorpios. And then they also had an interview in the article with the nurse who worked on the island. So she says, I was hired because I have a good knowledge of English. Mr. Onassis told me that the patient I would be caring for was an Englishman. The job was on the island of Tenos. I was paid a high salary to go there and told that people who talk about Mr. Onassis' personal business do not work for him long. There were three nurses and two doctors at Mr. Onassis' private hospital on Tenos, but there was only one patient. I thought that at the time he was about 50, but he could have been older or younger. Hughes would have been 63 at the time. We had to feed him, bathe him, clean up after him. Sometimes he would listen to us talk, but there was seldom any side that he understood. Mostly he just stared. She also described him as quite tall, well over 6 feet tall, and Howard Hughes was 6'3". He weighed practically nothing, just skin and bones, no muscles. He was helpless like a baby. His body was wasted away. So again, remember.
So, oh my God. I mean, so they just completely, yeah, basically doing a slow death to this guy. Like keeping him alive, but barely. Just constantly pumping him with drugs.
Gemstone
Wow.
says that Aristole and Onassis, or excuse me, that Howard Hughes was kidnapped and then just constantly injected with heroin until he basically wasted away to nothing.
But what if it had to do with a woman that he was with? What if he was, yeah, what if he messed with the wrong woman and it was mob connected? And then this, because this seems like you know, a little bit more you know, a little bit more methodical. You're otherwise they would just unalive them. I'm gonna say all the YouTube words too. But to keep them alive like that, after you like already caused brain damage, and you see that too with a lot of these big actors, they get in these really crazy accidents, like basically near-death experiences, where they have to then go through a whole recovery. It seems a little bit more than a coincidence. So he was privately extinguished as opposed to publicly assassinated. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and having your own island to torture people.
And then the Gemstone File entry also said, which I think is the coming entry, but it does also say that Howard Hughes was battered and brain damaged during the scuffle. Apparently, they really roughed him up when they kidnapped him. And this old individual right here, who just happens to be on Aristole and Onassis' island, had apparently a really bad head injury. And the nurse described that as well. She said, one of the worst I've ever seen. The entire back of his head was a scarred mess. It had been operated on several times. There was a metal plate under the skin to protect the brain where the bone was broken away.
Whoa.
I was told that part of the brain was removed years ago. From the condition of the man, I could only assume that it was true. So,
wait, they removed his brain?
from the condition of the man, I could only assume that it was true. So, bone was broken away. There was a metal plate under the skin to protect the brain where the bone was broken away. I was told that part of the brain was removed years ago. From the condition of the man, I could only assume that it was true. The brain was removed years ago. From the condition of the man, I could only assume that it was true.
Oh my God.
So this is definitely pretty interesting that there was this random, mysterious old guy who was pretty much helpless, who just happened to be being kept on Aristole Onassis' island, Scorpios. And then lastly, also in the entry, the Gemstone entry, they talked about how the cover story, and this did happen, the cover story for why Howard Hughes just vanished off the face of the earth and he never dated anyone ever again. You know, he went from dating every major actress in Hollywood up until the mid 1950s, where he just stopped dating completely. That's one of the many strange aspects of his, you know, quote unquote, going crazy or his disappearance. But the cover story that came out was that, oh, he married this lady, Jean Peters here. She was an actress. And that's why he, you know, isn't chasing women anymore. And Gemstone says this marriage was arranged and overseen and notarized or whatever by this guy, Howard Cannon, who was the city attorney for Las Vegas. And then this guy, Howard Cannon, was rewarded by being named a senator in the next election. And the mafia just, you know, helped him get elected as a senator in the next election. And that did happen. He got elected as a senator from Nevada in 1959. So as mentioned, there's just so much weird stuff with this Howard Hughes thing. I won't get into everything because this video would be really long, and I plan on doing just a video just about Howard Hughes. This is just one example. Like right in 1957,
Howard Hughes
which
is
is when
very
Gemstone
interesting.
claims Hughes was kidnapped. This article appeared that Howard Hughes' home was searched by police on suspicion of a felony, that it had been reported that some sort of felony had happened at his home, and police went and searched it. And then one of the quotes from this article, it was from a police captain, I think it was. He said, "We have reason to believe that there was foul play involved." And so there's just so much weird stuff about the Howard Hughes thing. I can't wait for the next video because it'll be a good one. So also in 1957, Joseph Kennedy takes John F. and Jackie Onassis to see Onassis on his yacht, introduce John, and remind Onassis of an old mafia promise, the presidency for Kennedy, and Onassis agrees. And then in 1959, Fidel Castro, takes over Cuba from dictator Batista, thereby destroying the cozy and lucrative mafia gambling empire run for Onassis by Meyer Lansky. Onassis scoops up $8 million in mafia casino receipts, and Onassis is furious. So this did happen. Fidel Castro took over power, and before he took over power, Cuba was basically like this paradise for the mafia, where they owned all the casinos, they controlled the oil drilling wells. They owned a lot. They controlled a lot of the farms, and they were just making tons of money. And then Fidel Castro comes in, and right there you can see he nationalized all these American businesses. So instead of the profits going to all these mafia people who owned all this land and all this business in Cuba, the profits would instead go back into the country. And he even shut down the casinos for a while, finally reopened them. But this basically caused the mafia to absolutely hate Fidel Castro. And that comes into play a little bit later on too here. So in 1959, there's a stirring election battle between Kennedy and Nixon. Either way, Onassis wins because he has control over both candidates. And JFK was elected. American people are happy. Rose Kennedy is happy. Onassis is happy. And the mafia is ecstatic. Roberts brings his synthetic rubies. So Bruce Roberts is the guy who wrote this. He brings his synthetic rubies, the original gemstones.
The Bush family was tied to the oil in Cuba. Ooh. Yeah, exactly.
But this basically caused the mafia to absolutely hate Fidel Castro. And that comes into play a little bit later on too here.
And oh man. Let me play this a little further here, and then we'll wrap up with this. But so much. But Justin Trudeau, looks a little like
So in 1959, there's a stirring election battle between Kennedy and Nixon. Either way, Onassis wins because he has control over both candidates. And JFK was elected. American people are happy. Rose Kennedy is happy. Onassis is happy. And the mafia is ecstatic. Roberts brings his synthetic rubies. So Bruce Roberts is the guy who wrote this. He brings his synthetic rubies, the original gemstones, to Hughes Aircraft in Los Angeles, and they steal his rubies, the basis for laser beam research, laser bombs, etc., because of the optical quality of the rubies. And Roberts was also married to the daughter of the former French consul in Indochina. In that area, Onassis' involvement in the Golden Triangle dope trade was no secret. Roberts' investigation revealed the Onassis-Hughes connection, kidnap, and switch. So that just kind of gets into like who Bruce Roberts was. I think I mentioned most of this already, but he was definitely no random guy who was just making all this up. He had serious connections to a lot of this stuff.
It seems like it. I mean, let's play a little further and then see if we can get. Well, maybe we'll. I mean, because it almost just kind of want to watch this on, on your own, because again, I'm just consuming it now instead of commentating. So I need to probably save this for. Well,
okay,
we'll play a little bit of it and then see what the. Where it leads to the JFK, but maybe we just wait and do that tomorrow or something. Because again, this stuff kind of takes time. You don't want to just rush through all this stuff and it is. It'll kind of tie everything together once you get through this kind of beginning section. He's kind of laying out the groundwork, but
January 1961, the entry reads, Joseph Kennedy had a stroke, ending his control over John and Bobby. The boys decided to rebel against Onassis' control. Why? Intermafia struggle, perhaps a dim hope of restoring this country to its mythical integrity? They began committing mafia no-nos, arrested Wally Bird, owner of Air Thailand, who had been shipping Onassis' heroin out of the Golden Triangle under contract with the CIA, arrested Teamster Mafia Jimmy Hoffa and put him in jail. And this did happen just very, very shortly, right after JFK was elected, or inaugurated, rather. His dad had a massive stroke that left him just basically a vegetable. He was unable to talk. He was unable to move. He was in a wheelchair. And he just really couldn't do anything. And, it's pretty well known. It's pretty commonly known that the Kennedys did kind of go to war with the mafia around this time. Robert Kennedy became Attorney General, the top cop in the land, and he did start arresting a lot of mafia.
So the mafia put him in a wheelchair? Yeah, this is real dense. It's kind of okay. Let's see.
With the CIA, arrested Teamster Mafia Jimmy Hoffa and put him in jail. And this did happen just very, very shortly, right after JFK was elected, or inaugurated, rather. His dad had a massive stroke that left him just basically a vegetable. He was unable to talk. He was unable to move.
So, JFK's dad. And you're saying that the mafia did that? Whoa, man. I'm all twisted.
Move. He was in a wheelchair, and he just really couldn't do anything. And it's pretty well known. It's pretty commonly known that The Kennedys did kind of go to war with the mafia around this time. Robert Kennedy became Attorney General, the top cop in the land, and he did start arresting a lot of mafia people. You can see in that headline, conviction of organized criminals grew by 350% when Robert Kennedy was Attorney General. So this definitely did happen, where all of a sudden after JFK was inaugurated, they really did kind of declare like a war on the mafia and start arresting people. Yeah, and that's basically what this says. And so in April 1961, the CIA Bay of Pigs fiasco
Explains a lot
Hunt
about why they're
McCord,
cleaning up.
CIA,
Yeah.
Batista's Cubans, and Mafia angry about JFK's lack of enthusiasm. Mafia Onassis has his U.S. right-hand man, Hughes' top aide, former CIA, FBI, and CIA Robert Mayhew, nicknamed IBM for Iron Bob Mayhew, hire and train an mafia assassination team to get Castro. The team of a dozen or so.
Okay, so this part's a little wordy. I don't think it's much like that in the rest of the documentary. This is definitely a documentary. But now he's saying that they're hiring an assassin team here. Let's take this back here.
U.S. Bay of Pigs fiasco, Hunt McCord, CIA, Batista's Cubans, and Mafia angry about JFK's lack of enthusiasm. Mafia Onassis has his U.S. right-hand man, Hughes' top aide, former CIA, FBI, and CIA Robert Mayhew, nicknamed IBM for Iron Bob Mayhew, hire and train an mafia assassination team to get Castro. The team of a dozen or so includes Johnny Rosselli and Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano, expert mafia hitmen, assisted by CIA, Hunt, and McCord, and others. This was reported recently by Jack Anderson, who gets a lot of his tips from his friend Frank Sturgis, also on the Castro assassination team. The team tries 5 times to kill Castro with everything from long-range rifles to apple pie served with sodium morphate in it, and Castro survives. So this did happen. Basically, the U.S. government and the mafia both had a mutual interest in eliminating Fidel Castro. They both wanted him out of Cuba. The mafia wanted their profits back, and the U.S. government just didn't think Fidel Castro's government was very friendly towards them. And so they both wanted him out. And basically what happened here, and this is all documented, Gemstone is totally right on this, is this guy, Robert Mayhew, who we met earlier, who in 1957 became the overseer of the Howard Hughes empire after Howard Hughes supposedly went crazy. And then this Robert Mayhew guy never once met Howard Hughes in the 17 or 18 years that he worked for him. The CIA reached out to this. He was a former CIA agent as well. And what happened was the CIA reached out to him and said, okay, we want Fidel Castro dead, and we want you to put together a mafia team, an assassination team, to kill him. And they gave him the name of a guy named John Rosselli, who could kind of help put this team
like
together.
Venezuela.
Right. John Rosselli is a pretty well-known mafia figure from this era. So first of all, this was under oath that Robert Mayhew described this whole plot. And then Johnny Rosselli also described his role in this CIA plot to kill Castro. And so Gemstone is 100% right on how this went down. It claims that
Incredible.
they tried to kill Fidel Castro 5 times and they failed every single time. But this has all been documented, and there's been testimony about it over the years. So in 1963, members of the Castro assassination team arrested at Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana by Bobby Kennedy's Justice Boys. Angered, Onassis stops trying to kill Castro and he changes targets and goes for the head, JFK, who, according to Onassis, welched on a mafia deal. So this is setting up like basically a rumble between JFK's team and Onassis's team. And so Onassis has now targeted JFK and wants to kill him. And so in August 1963, 2 murders had to occur before the murder of JFK. 2 murders of people who would understand the situation and might squawk. Senator Estes Kefauver, whose crime commission investigations had uncovered the 1932 deal between Onassis, Kennedy, Eugene Meyer, Lansky, Roosevelt, etc. Kefauver planned a speech on the Senate floor denouncing mafia operations. Instead, he ate a piece of apple pie laced with sodium morphate and had a sodium morphate-induced heart attack on the Senate floor. Philip Graham, editor of the Washington Post, was the second one who had to be killed. Philip had married Catherine Meyer, Eugene Meyer's daughter, who had inherited the Washington Post and the Allied media empire. Philip Graham put together the Kennedy-Johnson ticket and was Kennedy's friend in the struggle with Onassis. According to Gemstone, Catherine Meyer, Graham bribed some psychiatrists to certify that Phil was insane. He was allowed out of the nut house for the weekend and died of a shotgun wound in the head in the Graham home in Washington, and the death was ruled a suicide. And so Gemstone is just saying that these two very close allies of JFK had to be eliminated before they could go forward with this assassination plot.
Okay, here he is saying that the mafia was plotting to kill JFK, and that there needed to be 2 more killings beforehand. That there need to be 3. Now, I don't think he mentioned C.S. Lewis and Aldous Huxley, but then to have them die on the same day as well. Because was he saying that the people that he was just talking about were the 2? Or I wonder if he's going to talk about that.
And this guy, Estes Kefauver, he was pretty well known at the time as being a senator who was just 100% focused on exposing organized crime and opening up a ton of investigations into organized crime figures. He was very, very popular at the time. There was even speculation that he would run for president. And just as Gemstone says, he had a heart attack on the floor of the Senate one day and eventually died. And his whole crime hearings, this was
It's always the heart attacks or pneumonia. Oh yeah, okay. Jean-Pierre says JFK wanted to dismantle CIA, the biggest drug cartel mafia. And so they've been working with Cuba and so Castro was getting in the way. They needed CIA to continue doing business. Yep.
a really big deal back when they were happening. And he was, a very close ally of JFK's. And then Phil Graham was another close ally of JFK's. He was the publisher of the Washington Post. And just as Gemstone says, he was, for some reason, committed to a mental asylum and then released one weekend, and he supposedly blew his head off with a shotgun, and it was ruled a suicide. Gemstone is saying that he had to be eliminated because he had a lot of power controlling the Washington Post. And it's very, very interesting.
Wow. So they're just tying up loose ends. But again, control of history, just pouring out all that information. So we'll revisit this another time, perhaps tomorrow. We can come back to that, and let's end it because we got and this, even the Paris Guy TV, that's another big old conspiracy. So I was thinking it'd be nice to maybe on the Saturday and Sunday shows we can do the conspiracy stuff, and then we can Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday do the comedians. But a lot of times it's just kind of what comes out at the time. But I think that'd be a cool little change up, and something that that then I can kind of reserve the conspiracy for weekends or something. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, and yeah, we'll take a look at it again. Or I'll be here doing it again tomorrow, and because I think it would be cool to. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, you're digging it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think, especially because I mean, these clips need a lot of time, So I'll keep them on the list here, and we can always go back and check some other ones too. But let's end it with Eddie Bravo here. Gonna end on a high note of or on a light note of the global conspiracy, just the whole takeover. But then tomorrow I like to come back to control history, and because there's another one that he had mentioned that, or I'll have to remember this other documentary that I wanted to, or this video that I wanted to show. But all right, take it away, Eddie. Let's see what we got here.
You're into.
This is Eddie Bravo on the old Adam Carolla show. Just a clip, but wanted to jump in real quick and get a little take on old Eddie Bravo.
I don't know. Will we call them conspiracy theorists? Theories? I don't know.
Coincidence theories.
Coincidence theories. I got to tell you, I would say if you asked me pre-COVID about.
See, everyone's so, they don't want to talk conspiracy. They're like always sidestepping it. These conspiracy. Yeah, say it, man. Say it. Conspiracy. It's fun. Don't get imprisoned by words, okay? Don't let them have an effect on you. So just say conspiracy, and then talk about ideas, okay?
Out any of these things, I'd be like, no. Mm-hmm. After COVID, I'm like, okay, all right. I'm much closer to the tinfoil hat wearing. I tell people I don't have a tinfoil hat; it's a tinfoil yarmulke. It's not as big as a hat, but it's still made out of foil, and it's still in my head. And now I'm just starting to realize everything seems to be about money. Everything's just like follow the money. Everything ends up just being money.
Yeah, and that's with the Gemstone Files too. It's all moving drugs and all about money.
Money and control.
In control.
People in power, they spend all their time doing things that will keep their power. No one wants to lose their power. So whatever it takes to keep the power, it's just the human condition. And it seems like that's
what the mafia is doing.
This world is run by
JFK.
Evil forces. It doesn't seem like good people are in control of the world. It seems like it's evil.
I'm always trying to sort of negotiate that in my head. Like when I sort of think about politicians and people, like, is George Soros evil, or does he just have a way of looking at life that's sort of different than I might look at life? Or even like Gavin Newsom, like he's been in here. I've interviewed him. He has a 10-cent head, and he's kind of a sociopath. But is he bad? Like, is he evil, or does he just have a bunch of fucking ideas that end up causing very negative outcomes, because at a certain point, people get killed with shit policy, but I can't figure out like what's the end game? Like, because they end up kissing their kids goodnight every night. They're family oriented and they like music. And what is it? Who is evil? Like,
So they're basically just a scapegoat to, to a higher agenda. That's what's happening with the fraud in Minnesota. The waltzes. Now, yeah. It's like, okay, well, you got to take the fall for it. They're trying to deport the Omar.
who are we talking about here? And there's people that, people on the left think Trump is evil. And then people on the right think Obama's evil. But are they evil? Like, everyone has kids and wants to drink a glass of wine and watch a sitcom like at night. Like, What is it?
I think it's just a combination of a couple things. Keeping your power, money. There could be a lot of, compromising going on and blackmailing going on. That's how, you can take a good guy who loves his family, loves his kids, but man, he got caught in some stuff and now he's got shit on him and now he's got to fucking listen to what they say. That's generally how, you would run an organization that was built on acquiring as much power as possible. Just like you take it down to street level, that's how gangs run. Gangs, like if you want to join a gang, in a general sense, you're going to have to do something really bad that they have something on you. Like if you kill someone and they see that you got a body on you now, they could trust you now. Mm-hmm. They know because you got a body. And what are you going to do? You're going to tell on us? You got a body. So I think there's a lot of that. It's just mafia stuff, like mafia tactics.
There you go.
I think like the way the cartel runs in Mexico and in the United States too, I think there's a bigger cartel that is using the same style of tactics.
So you go,
look at that.
you think
Cartel
of like
talk right there. Mafia and cartel. It's all tied in. That's what all this fraud is. It's all the money. It's going to these cartels, these mafia groups.
Thomas, and you just go, what's going on? Like, they have money, they have power, they have influence. But the weird thing about a lot of these people is I never hear them saying certain things. Like, it'd be great if both Obamas just said, listen, we're not living in a racist country. Now everyone get the fuck to work. It's fine. It's an even playing field. Like, let's all do this. You don't have to worry about that. But they never do. It's always just sort of hustle. Like, it's always the same conversation I hear from them.
Yeah, but it's the people that are in power. There's a reason why they're in power. They have a job to do. And if they didn't want to do the job, they would not be in power. So the people with the power in this world, they're really smart. They know how to manipulate the masses with psyops. There's psyops going on all the time. And the news is basically just propaganda.
Well, yeah. I mean, take something like COVID. Like, I knew something was going on. So I knew something was wrong with COVID super early.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is and your first experience with Eddie Bravo. Yeah, so I only am familiar with Eddie Bravo through old Rogan, and years ago when I watched Rogan, I thought it was cool. Okay. He was only one kind of pushing back on things, and now that's not the case. But old Eddie Bravo was he's the one who gave Joe Rogan his black belt and defeated a Gracie, UFC guy. I think it was Hoist Gracie, the original. So it was kind of a big deal, and Rogan loved that. But then old Eddie started talking crazy conspiracy stuff, and wouldn't let Eddie talk about it anymore. So then he started his own podcast and talking conspiracy stuff and all that. And, but yeah, he's a little too linked up to Sam Tripoli for my liking, but yeah, he kind of he's definitely into the conspiracy stuff.
And I pointed it out, and I got vocal about it. Mm-hmm. And it struck me that there was a pattern, and the pattern was sort of interrupted, and I knew something was missing. Mm-hmm. Like for me, like I'm pattern oriented, mm-hmm. and I wasn't hearing the ages of the deaths, and they were keeping the ages out of the news, mm-hmm. and it bothered me, and it bumped me, and so I would start talking about it, and so I caught on early that this was something, and then it was like lab leak versus wet market, and all this stuff, and also.
So this is the red pill story, okay? They all got one. They all got their red pilled story when they kind of woke up to see the control system. And when you see that, you see it for the first time, then you think everything is that. And you might be right. You might be right. But you got to reintegrate back into society somehow. And just stuff those thoughts and ideas way, way deep, deep down. Learn how to compartmentalize and never express your emotions. Be a man. Okay? Because we are living in a feminized world. Everyone whining and complaining, being victims. So just bear through it. Show a little bit of stoicism. If you got any will in you. But at times it is good to show your pain. But this is his red pill story.
Interesting. It's all stuff I was yelling into the microphone about, but whenever there's a pandemic or something like AIDS, they always go to Africa, because what I'm saying is AIDS is relatively bad in the United States, but it's horrible in Africa, right?
And why? Is he going to say because that's where it originated from?
Like everything's always worse in Africa, so they always go to Africa if there's something going wrong.
I mean, it all depends on what you think AIDS is.
Oh well, now we're getting really deep. But I'm just going to say,
right there you go. Thank you, thank you, Eddie, because he's like, no, hold on, I didn't get my double red pill boost yet. Okay. It's like I can't start thinking that AIDS was a bioweapon.
I didn't hear any COVID talk out of Africa. There was no discussion. There was what's going on in Spain, what's going on in Italy.
And the presidents in the countries in Africa that opposed the COVID mandates, they got killed.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't hear.
I think that was 3 of them. They got killed. They were against it.
They weren't. So
Whoa.
I didn't hear any horror stories about Africa, and then I realized
Until
it's
you met
because
Eddie
they're
Bravo.
all young. It's because they're all fit. Like they're not heavy. They're not old, and a lot of them are on hydroxychloroquine. So they're on something already, and they're young and they're fit, and that's why it's not decimating that population. But I had things that were like indicators.
I think that's you ain't thinking deep enough there, Carolla. You must be one of them surface dwellers, just skimming on the top surface of things. I'm a subdwelling mammal. I'm deep. I'm in the depths. Okay. I don't walk around on the surface level. Okay. You are a very surface level thinking. Okay.
To me that made me think this is bullshit or what's going on. Now, I don't know. Was it all just about an election year? Like what was pushing COVID? Like, and how did all the news agencies get bought in and corrupted? Is that all pharmaceuticals?
And that's all you need right there. Because Carolla really wants to know, because he just been red pilled. So my red pill happened early on. Well, early on for me. But Adam Carolla just now questioning things. And it's like, well, yeah, how is it? A pharmaceutical? He's just like, what? You gotta look where the money's going.
These get bought in and
Oh, my red pills are just the zeitgeist. Yeah, I was still a bit of a late bloomer in my red pill, but that guy doing those zeitgeist films, it was he released those films at the most perfect time of my existential crossing. And so it was but yeah, that was a long time ago. And so that was a little bit of an introduction into the kind of questioning things. But I was already questioning stuff like that. And but those for that time, and I suppose even maybe the first Zeitgeist film could still hold up. But I think the second wasn't as good, and I think there was a third, and that wasn't as good either. But it was before YouTube was even YouTube. And this guy puts out this art piece, this documentary. Yes, and oh yeah, those Adam Curtis films too. Yep. Yeah, they're yep, those are good. The hyper acceleration one, or but yeah. But yeah, that was going because I was a little bit more religious orientated, and the finance system, like the fiat, the Federal Reserve.
Corrupted. Is that all pharmaceutical? Out about an election year? Like, what was pushing COVID? Like, and how did all the news agencies get bought in and corrupted? Is that all pharmaceuticals?
Good questions.
I don't know for sure. I wasn't in the meetings, but it's obvious that a lot of countries were working together on this. They were in lockstep. There was a plan. And they were talking about it, like people like, deep in the rabbit holes, myself included. I mean, we saw this coming before. We're like, damn, are they going to do a pandemic? Are they going to do a pandemic? They're going to do it. Check this out. They already started in Wuhan. They're going to do a pandemic. Like a fake one. I think it was all fake. I don't think that. I think it was just the flu. People that had the exact same symptoms. It was the exact same thing. And I think it was all fake. They just hijacked the flu. And because if this was real, jiu-jitsu would have been wiped out. We were the opposite of social distancing, and we never stopped. I have over 200 schools worldwide. We didn't have one person dying, and we're doing the opposite of what they told us to do. We're sweating and dripping every 8 minutes, a new man. And a new dude, just sweating, not just getting close, but squeezing as hard as you can, and not one death. And I mentioned that to Dr. Peter McCullough. He's like, super anti the jab, but he thinks it was like a real thing. And I asked him,
what was a real thing?
He thinks COVID was real. Mm-hmm. And so I asked him on Alex Jones show, I go, then why didn't...
Okay, so, there's people who believe that there wasn't even a virus, that that they basically, and he's saying that they kind of co-opted the flu. And if you look during that time, the flu cases were at 0. And it was because they were basically calling everything COVID. And, so... And there's been a few times too where they said that this is kind of like almost like a trial run for something bigger. They just needed to get the infrastructure in place. Have I heard of JFK to 9/11? Everything a rich man's everything's a rich man's trick. No, I haven't. Is that be curious to hear what that's about. Yeah, it's all basically all about money and power. But yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. Oh, and I also have the email up too. So if it's in my the bio there. I know that there's a time where you had said that you had to send some stuff. So, yeah, that email is available, so you can also send those links too. But yeah, so all Eddie Bravo here, he's the one that doesn't believe that COVID was even a thing. So I like to believe that. I would like to believe that. But it did seem that there was something going on or going around. But yeah, could have been a bit of a placebo effect, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, if you want to go real deep with this, you gotta. He's considering that there wasn't even a virus, and that they were just trying to get everything ready for the New World Order. Yeah, they already took the money out of most stores. You can only pay digitally for most things, and they were going to put a monitor and tracking thing in our phones to let us know when there's someone with COVID. A little zombie game. Oh, is it? It's that that controversial. Now, let me say this too. Anything I say about these guys, doesn't pertain to people that that are watching. So I don't. You can have. Oh, it's a wild one. Okay, all right, I'll have to check it out. But the standard that I hold to these people, you guys that are listening can be whatever you want. Okay, just hit that like button and subscribe, and we'll be just fine. Excuse me, but no, I encourage people to have different beliefs, think differently. Just don't do harm to people. Nothing wrong with laughing and making fun of them occasionally. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff with the 9/11 stuff. Like you got the art students, the dancing Israelis, so we got the insurance claim and the asbestos issue with the building, and they had just took out a claim, like an insurance claim on it. So a lot of stuff where, because I think, yeah, I mean, maybe it wasn't fully, yeah, I mean, it could have been an insurance claim, but, and then the Pentagon and all that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, but yeah, I'll check. JFK to 9/11, everything a rich man's. Everything a rich man's trick.
Nobody in jiu-jitsu, nobody in the UFC, nobody in NFL, nobody in any sport. How come nobody in jiu-jitsu, how come nobody in my schools died and we did the opposite? And he said, because you developed immunity. I go, if that's true, then why didn't the beginners die? The beginner should have died.
Yeah. Well,
So you sign up for jiu-jitsu and then you're immune. Why didn't they just tell everybody, sign up for jiu-jitsu? As soon as you sign, you're immune. Nobody died.
it never affected young and healthy and
It's the
strong
flu. It's
people.
the flu
It's
kills
the flu.
people.
Yeah.
The flu kills
old people.
Old people that have 4 comorbidities.
Right,
And that's what
right.
they found. At the end of the day, they found it, and then nobody died of the flu for 2 years.
Right.
Come on.
No,
and
I'm with
then
you.
the PCR tests are bullshit. They're not checking for viruses. It was all bullshit. The guy who invented the PCR test, he said it was bullshit. He said Dr. Fauci's full of shit.
Okay, so now he's getting into what was that one part there that
At the end of the day, they found it, and then nobody died of the flu for 2 years.
oh yeah, so that's the part where they basically co-opted the flu. They had COVID, co-op flu, and there wasn't any data or any deaths with the flu for those 2 years.
Right.
Come on.
No,
and
I'm with
then
you.
the PCR tests are bullshit. They're not checking for viruses.
And those PCR tests were calibrated really high to basically just detect just any kind of common cold.
It was all bullshit. The guy who invented the PCR test, he said it was bullshit. He said Dr. Fauci's full of shit. He said it was all bullshit. The tests were bullshit. Like, you got COVID and you weren't even sick. They go, oh, you got COVID. I'm like, I guess I get COVID, but I'm not even sick.
So did we just mobilize?
Yeah, whatever happened to Dr. Fauci? Where's he been?
Is like, so you go, so then what happened? So you go, all right, so somebody comes up with the phrase Black Lives Matter, and then the next thing you know, Kmart has an aisle dedicated to Black Lives Matter because they're just mobilizing. They're just doing what they do. The people who make masks. I was leaving a hotel this morning. I looked down and I saw that round sticker that said safe distance or stand here or whatever. That's
still
fucking
out.
bullshit.
You still
I
see
know,
them.
but it's good business for the people who print those things
Yeah.
and
Oh,
make
yeah.
those stickers.
Yeah.
And it's a good business for the mask people, and it's good business for Purell, and it's good business for CNN. Like, is everyone else just
Fauci's in
following
hiding?
in
Yeah.
on the business side of it?
Yeah, that's definitely happening. But I think the people with the power, call them whatever you want, the elite, Illuminati, deep state, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter. The people running this shit, they're not part of a country. They're part of the whole world, and they're all working together. And it's probably, I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't, if you had them all in one big room, I'm pretty sure international bankers will be in there. I'm pretty sure, like, whoever owns, like, the biggest media companies and newspaper publications, like the big ones.
Oh, see, that's that Howard Hughes stuff right there. The Onassis. The Aristole Onassis.
There, I'm pretty sure, like, whoever owns, like, the biggest media companies and newspaper publications, like the big ones, I'm sure they'll be in that room.
So is this sort of like climate change, and that there's just tons of people who profit from this shit?
It's all bullshit. Yeah,
I know it's all bullshit,
Yeah.
but there's just so much money. It's so much money. Like, you take a look, you take something like climate change and you go, okay, that's trillions and trillions of dollars. Nothing ever comes out the other end. It's basically the end, the
that
non-governmental
carbon tax. They wanted the carbon tax.
Right.
Oh, that was, that got us closer to world government. The ultimate goal, and it's
Right.
always been this.
Okay, here
Even
we go.
back in Roman times, the ultimate goal was one world government.
Right. They're always pushing for this, like the Paris climate summit and stuff. The Accord. We're all going to join the UN. We're all going to join the Paris climate summit. Like, we're all going to join. And
Like they really care.
Right.
Oh, they care so much. Why the hell are you guys spraying chemtrails everywhere? You claim it. That's the real climate change. The climate change, they're causing it.
Yeah, so it's like, they fly privately to Davos and do the fucking big climate change thing and all this. Yeah, I know, but it's kind of on us as citizens, because when I started mouthing off about COVID super early on, everyone just attacked me. And I'm like, you fucking pussies, you fucking cowards. What the fuck are you attacking me for? I'm trying to spread a little truth around here, and you're all coming at me. And by the way, you don't work for Pfizer or Upjohn. You're just a citizen, and you're using your voice to attack another citizen who happens to be truthful about this, and I'm speaking up about it.
They're defending big pharma. It's unbelievable.
Fucking, it's like, it's pathetic. By the way, people want to know, and I'm online calling these people cowards and pussies every 10 minutes. Fuck you. You deserve everything you get, you fucking cowards.
Yeah.
You did this. And if you don't want to do it, then fucking apologize. And
I talked over that.
It's like, it's pathetic. By the way, people want to know, and I'm online calling these people cowards and pussies every 10 minutes. Fuck you. You deserve everything you get, you fucking cowards.
Yeah.
You did this. And if you don't want to do it, then fucking apologize and shut up when the next thing comes down the pike. Sit it out, fucking know-it-all.
Yeah.
But you fucking cowards and pussies, you caved to this because you were scared. Not of COVID, you're scared of the mob.
Yeah.
They all were scared of the fucking mob.
Yeah.
And the big, I had Newsweek writing an article about me and shit like that.
Yeah.
They're all fucking cowards. They're all wrong. They never retract anything.
Yeah.
They were wrong about everything. But I don't know if they're just wrong or they're just lying, or whether they attacked Joe Rogan about horse paste or whatever the fuck that is.
They're
it's
all
pathetic.
working together. They're all working. It's like the mafia. It really is.
Right, but you'll just cash out your dignity for nothing? Like Sanjay Gupta, you just fucking cash your reputation, your dignity for nothing, for a couple of bucks, a fucking paycheck from CNN. It's sad.
He got eviscerated, though, on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Well, he should have.
That was incredible.
Well,
Okay, well, yeah, that's about the end there. Old Eddie Bravo just kind of wrapping it up, saying again, just run like a mafia. So we are ran by psychopathic mafia folk. Oh, Adam Carolla. Well, I think we'll leave it with that for tonight and revisit this again tomorrow, and kind of stay in this vein for, like I said, for the weekend, and then come back in for a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday little sprint, and then do Saturday and Sunday. So I'm gonna see how that schedule works, and because I was doing the daily thing for a few weeks now, and then now that I've kind of used that time to figure out how to even stream, how to, let alone that there be some content here. So thank you for bearing through some of those moments of being in the desert a bit, but learning the program and all that, or the software, and now that I've got that kind of up and going, now I'll be able to focus a little bit more on production and content, and having things a little bit more streamlined. So, Jean-Pierre, thanks for hanging in there and hanging out, and I hope your weather is clearing up a bit more. Old geoengineering, it creates that erratic weather. So if it's raining, you gotta get inside quick because it's not just gonna rain; it's gonna pour. And most cases now snow. So be safe out there. Appreciate the hang, and we'll do this again. Again, Jan, thanks for all your insight and your input. I appreciate your knowledge. So great great hang, and we'll see you next time. Appreciate it. Bye.